Chapter 2463. Before Yang Kai could get close, a wave of Emperor aura suddenly came from there. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Another Emperor artifact?" When the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born, he had sensed similar energy fluctuations. Now that he had just subdued the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he encountered a similar scene again. He couldn't help but sigh at the countless treasures in the shattered star sea. But soon, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. The Emperor aura fluctuations were not the traces of the birth of an Emperor artifact, because the situation there was completely different from when the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born. Not only that, but there were also crackling sounds of thunder and lightning as the terrifying power of heaven and earth gathered, demonstrating the vastness of the heavenly way. Breakthrough. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he realized that someone was about to advance to the Emperor realm. He stared at the heaven and earth manifestation that had just begun to take shape over there, his blood surging. Although he knew that a cultivator in the shattered star sea could break through the shackles and advance to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai hadn't seen anyone reach this step in the past 2 to 3 years. At this moment, there was such a person who was doing such a feat not far from him. The Emperor realm was the highest realm on the martial Tao, the ultimate pursuit of a cultivator's life. This realm symbolized great strength and extremely high status. So, although he didn't know who was about to advance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited after seeing the heaven and earth manifestation. One day, he would climb to the peak of the martial Tao, and one day, he would also advance to the Emperor realm. Perhaps, he could secretly go and observe. To be able to witness the birth of the Emperor realm with his own eyes. This was an opportunity that no one could miss. In the process of observing, one could accumulate valuable experience for one's future. Of course, most people didn't want to be disturbed when advancing to the Emperor realm. However, Yang Kai was just going to observe and not cause trouble, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. His figure moved, and he rushed towards the source of the movement. Not long after, he arrived above the shattered stars. Just as Yang Kai steadied himself, before he could approach, 3 figures suddenly appeared from all directions. These 3 figures had hidden themselves extremely well. Yang Kai had focused all his attention on the heavenly anomaly, so he hadn't noticed them for a while. It wasn't until these 3 people rushed out that he suddenly woke up. The moment the 3 of them appeared, they unleashed their killing moves without mercy. As the sword light flickered, the concept of ice spread out, turning the surrounding land into frozen earth in an instant. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and blasted in all directions. In an instant, the sky was filled with palm shadows. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of violent collisions, Yang Kai stood motionless in the same place, but the 3 people who had launched a sneak attack on him cried out in alarm and were sent flying backwards. Formed the formation. One of them seemed to have realized Kai Yang's strength, her eyes filled with shock and horror as she suddenly called out. The other 2 were obviously fellow disciples who had cooperated with her countless times. When they heard this, they hurriedly flew to her side and used some kind of secret technique to merge their auras. Yang Kai didn't have time to take a good look at the 3 people until now. What he saw caused him to raise his brow and hurriedly raise his hand. Wait. The 3 people who had formed the array looked at Yang Kai coldly. They didn't give him any chance to speak at all. Their 3 long swords slowly waved, and an even fiercer chill descended. "You're from Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai shouted again. He had snuck into Ice Heart Valley before, so he was quite clear about the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The 3 women in front of him were obviously wearing the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that the people who had launched a sneak attack on him without saying a word and wanted to kill him were actually from Ice Heart Valley. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply. These 3 people were most likely guarding the person who had broken through to the Emperor realm, and his arrival had caused them to misunderstand, so they had attacked without any explanation. Yang Kai's question didn't cause them to stop moving. Looking at the 3 people's postures, it seemed that they were about to use some kind of shocking killing move. The surging energy fluctuations caused even Yang Kai to be shocked. Yang Kai had no choice but to introduce himself. My name is Yang Kai. I wonder if these three young ladies have heard of me. As soon as this statement came out, it really had an effect. The three women's movements paused as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, the chill that had enveloped them gradually dissipating. The woman leading the group was stunned and asked, "Are you Brother Yang Kai?" Indeed. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the three of them had indeed heard of his name. After all, back in Ice Moon City, he had done a lot for Ice Heart Valley. He looks a bit like you. Whether it's his silhouette or figure, it's similar to the image senior sister showed us. It's just that he's too dirty. I can't even see his face clearly. His clothes are also tattered. The three women gathered together and whispered to each other for a while, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to confirm his identity. Although the three of them spoke softly, Yang Kai could still hear them clearly and could not help patting his head in embarrassment. He had spent a year and a half in the void, during which time he had been trying to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell. As a result, he had been injured time and time again, making him look like neither a human nor a ghost. After successfully subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, Yang Kai had been so happy that he had forgotten that he was still in a mess. If not for these three Ice Heart Valley disciples reminding him, he might not have realized it. Thinking so, Yang Kai pushed his source chi and shook off all the blood on his body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and summoned his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The water sword chi and a water ball immediately appeared in his hand. He fiercely rubbed his face a few times, then raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile at the three people. He bared his pure white teeth and said, "The three of you take a closer look. Ah, it's really Brother Yang. Yes, it's Brother Yang." After confirming that it was Kai Yang without a doubt, the three of them immediately cheered and retracted their hostility, walking over to Kai Yang with embarrassed expressions. The female disciple leading the group cupped her fists awkwardly and said, "Senior Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We senior sisters and junior sisters thought you were an enemy that was pursuing us, so we acted rashly just now. We hope Senior Brother Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with us." "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and asked, "Is someone chasing you?" The woman nodded and said, They have been chasing us for many days." "Who?" The woman's face sank as she gritted her teeth and said, "Who else could it be other than Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master? Feng Shi." Yang Kai raised his brow and said in surprise, "Although Feng Shi's strength is good, you are not bad either. Why are you afraid of him?" The woman said, "If it was the previous Feng Shi, we wouldn't be too afraid, but a few days ago, eldest senior sister's aura fluctuated. Obviously, she is on the verge of a breakthrough. We don't dare to act rashly against Feng Shi, lest eldest senior sister miss the opportunity to break through." "Senior sister?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he glanced at the place where the heavenly manifestation was converging and said in surprise, "So, the one who is breaking through to the Emperor realm is Lady Ziyu?" "Yes. When we arrived here, eldest senior sister could no longer suppress her aura and could only choose to break through here. The three of us senior sisters were responsible for guarding and defending. When Brother Yang arrived, we thought he was from Seeking Passion Sect, so we—" Speaking of this, her face turned red. After all, they had acted a little rashly by attacking Yang Kai without asking for the reason. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Lady Ziyu is truly a heavenly genius. Truly admirable." He didn't expect that the person breaking through to the Emperor realm here would be Ice Heart Valley's Ziyu. He had some dealings with Ziyu before, and although he wasn't too familiar with her, he knew that she was the most outstanding disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she really lived up to the expectations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. 2.5 years after entering the Shattered Star Sea, she had found an opportunity to break through. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley said, "Eldest senior sister said that Brother Yang is the most powerful. Eldest senior sister rarely praises others. Even Feng Shi of Seeking Passion Sect is not worthy of her attention. However, she highly admires Brother Yang. So when we met in the Shattered Star Sea, she deliberately showed us your image and told us to treat you with respect if we met you." "Yes, we all heard about what Brother Yang did in Ice Moon City. Brother Yang is really amazing." Yang Kai chuckled and said, Lady Ziyu is not worse than anyone else. She said that just to give me some face. Don't you see that she is now breaking through to the Emperor realm while I am still in the Dao Source realm? Hearing what he said, the three from Ice Heart Valley remembered that Yang Kai was still in the Third Order Dao Source realm while their eldest senior sister was breaking through to the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Ziyu succeeded or not, at least she was ahead of Yang Kai. So, in the eyes of the three women, she was indeed not worse than Yang Kai. In fact, she was even more outstanding. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said, "Breaking through to the Emperor realm is fraught with dangers. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have fallen at this juncture. Ziyu is in a hurry to break through. How confident is she?" One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples said, "Senior sister said that she only has a 60% chance of success." The other two women also showed worried expressions. 60%. Yang Kai frowned. This probability was not high. Even if Ziyu failed to break through and died under the world energy baptism, it would not be strange. Also, the Seeking Passion sect's people are still chasing us. I don't know if they will find us here. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, since I am here, I will wait here with you. If the Seeking Passion sect's people dare to come, I will make sure they don't return." When he said this, Yang Kai's face was filled with murderous intent. He still had old scores to settle with Feng Shi. Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead had made him suffer a lot that day. If he hadn't retreated in time and had extraordinary strength, he would have been killed by Feng Shi. Chapter 2464. Emperor Authority beads had always been rare. Even if Feng Shi was the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, it was impossible for him to have many Emperor Authority beads. He had already used up the one he had, and without the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Shi was nothing more than a sick cat. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about him at all. Before entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai could easily crush any cultivator in the same realm. He could be called an invincible existence in the Dao Source realm. In the Shattered Star Sea, he comprehended the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and subdued the mountains and rivers Bell. Both his divine sense and source chi had grown tremendously. Yang Kai believed that if he were to face Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead now, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was last time. "Brother Yang, don't be careless. Feng Shi is no longer the same as before." The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley hurriedly reminded him when she saw that Yang Kai didn't put Feng Shi in his eyes. But before she could finish her words, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a certain direction and shouted, "They're here." "They're here?" The three female disciples from Ice Heart Valley were stunned when they heard this and looked in the direction he was looking. But even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't detect anything. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "My star seal is a 7-pointed star seal, so I can sense things much further away than you." Feng Shi also has a 7-pointed star seal. One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples' pretty face turned pale. "Brother Yang can sense them, so Feng Shi must have sensed us too. How many of them are here?" Yang Kai said, "I can sense 2, so there should be 3. If Feng Shi had a 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sense his existence. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Feng Shi also had a 7-pointed star seal. How did he do it? Yang Kai had collected the star seals left behind by dozens of dead cultivators in the void to obtain a 7-pointed star seal. How could Feng Shi kill dozens of cultivators? Although he was strong, he couldn't be that strong, right? Which one of the cultivators in the Shattered Star Sea was easy to provoke? While he was pondering, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the auras of the three people, and they were rapidly approaching. One of them was particularly familiar to him. It was indeed Feng Shi. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. When did Feng Shi ascend to the Emperor realm? He could clearly sense a clear Emperor's aura lingering around Feng Shi. Although the power in his body was not very stable, there was no doubt that he had advanced to the Emperor realm. This discovery shocked him even more than when he learned that Violet Rain had made a breakthrough here. He had only stayed in the void for a year and a half, and such a huge change had happened outside. First, Ziyu had already begun to break through, then Feng Shi had already become an Emperor Realm Master. What about the geniuses of the other sects? Could it be that they had already advanced? or we're in the process of advancing. It's precisely because Fengxi has already ascended to the Emperor realm. That's why we sisters were completely no match for him and could only flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, his realm is not very stable, otherwise, we would have nowhere to run, the Ice Heart Valley disciple said with a wry smile. Yang Kai suddenly understood why she had said that Fengxi was no longer the same as before. Although the difference between the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm was only one realm, it was a huge difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Brother Yang, you'd better leave quickly, the Ice Heart Valley disciple said anxiously. Fengxi has a grudge against you. If he sees you, he will definitely not let you go. What will you do if I leave? Yang Kai glanced at her. The woman said, Fengxi has been chasing us, but not to kill us. He just wants to force senior sister to submit, so our lives are not in danger. Yang Kai said, even if Fengxi doesn't want to kill you, Ziyu is currently breaking through. Do you think Fengxi will just sit back and watch? Seeking Passion sect cultivated the Tao of Passion, so if Fengxi wanted to obtain Ziyu, he would have to have absolute strength to suppress her. No matter what, Fengxi would not just sit back and watch Ziyu successfully break through. Once Ziyu successfully broke through, he would have no advantage. But at such a critical moment, how could he let others interfere? If the person who intervened controlled the situation well, he should be able to make Ziyu fail in her breakthrough without any danger to her life. But if he didn't control it well, Ziyu would directly die under the world-defying tribulation. No matter what the result was, Ziyu couldn't accept it. The three female disciples of Ice Heart Valley had obviously thought of this as well, so after Yang Kai asked, all three of them wore worried expressions, not knowing what to do. Perhaps we can replace senior sister and make Fengxi stop? One of them suggested bitterly. The other two women turned pale, but they remained silent. Yang Kai coldly snorted, it's not that I want to discourage you, and it's not that you aren't beautiful. It's just that you think Fengxi has countless wives and concubines. What kind of beautiful woman has he not seen? Since he has taken a fancy to Ziyu, he naturally won't give up easily. It can be said that Ziyu is already a hurdle in his heart, and he must find a way to cross this hurdle. The three of you can't replace Ziyu. Then what should we do? Fight with them? Yang Kai sneered softly and said indifferently, don't worry, if they really dare to come, I'll make sure they don't return. As soon as these words came out, the three women looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, their faces full of surprise. If Yang Kai had said this before because he didn't know that Fengxi had already broken through to the Emperor realm, then now that he knew Fengxi's true strength, he still dared to say this, which made him seem arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only a Tao Source Realm cultivator. How could a Tao Source Realm cultivator be an enemy of the Emperor realm? The two were not on the same level at all. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely die miserably. Yang Kai saw the strange expressions on their faces and knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain. Instead, he said with a solemn expression, the Emperor realm is very powerful, and Ziyu is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. She can't be disturbed in the slightest, so I will think of a way to draw Fengxi away. The three of you will do your best to protect Ziyu. Brother Yang, are you planning to? An Ice Heart Valley disciple suddenly covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with both gratitude and shock. She seemed to understand what he was planning to do. He was obviously disregarding his own safety to create space and time for Ziyu to break through. Her expression suddenly sank and she said, Brother Yang, I'll go with you. Yang Kai frowned and said, what can you do with me? She bit her red lips and said, whatever Brother Yang can do, I can do. She looked as if she didn't care about her own life. Yang Kai laughed and said, no need, I can do it alone. After saying so, without waiting for her to say anything else, Yang Kai directly flew into the void and said, keep an eye on Ziyu. Observing the Emperor realm's breakthrough at such a close distance will also be of great benefit to you. Don't miss this opportunity. By the time he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The three Ice Heart Valley disciples looked at the void worriedly, wondering if they should go with him to help. But now, Ziyu needed someone to stay here and stand guard, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. High up in the sky, the three seeking passion sect disciples who were rushing over were in high spirits. The one in the lead was none other than young sect master Feng Shi. Since Feng Shi broke through to the Emperor realm half a year ago, the three of them were simply invincible in the Shattered Star Sea. Thanks to Feng Shi, his two disciples had also upgraded their star seals to 6-pointed star seals. And Feng Shi even had a 7-pointed star seal. One could imagine how many people they had killed during this time and how many star seals and things they had robbed. The strength of the Emperor realm made Feng Shi's confidence soar. He felt that no one in this world was his opponent. While flying, Feng Shi suddenly frowned and stopped in the void, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. "Young sect master, what's wrong?" Seeing this, the other two hurriedly stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Feng Shi said indifferently, "Someone is coming to greet us." One of the yellow-faced young men heard this and coldly snorted. "Who is it? How dare he offend young sect master?" Another middle-aged man dressed like a scholar also said, "It's probably some blind guy. Let's just kill him." Feng Shi gently nodded and said, "Naturally, we'll kill him. It's just that this person's aura feels familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before." As he spoke, Feng Shi suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. His heart was beating wildly, causing his mind to become unsteady. This surprised him greatly. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, no matter how many enemies he faced, he had never experienced such a situation. He thought that he had already reached the realm of imperturbability, but now, ripples were appearing in his mind. Who is it? Feng Shi suddenly became a little concerned and squinted his eyes as he looked over. After a short while, a ray of light shot over from the distance and landed not far from the three seeking passion sect disciples. When the light dissipated, a familiar and hateful face suddenly appeared in front of Feng Shi. How is this possible? Feng Shi's face changed drastically as he looked at Yang Kai in shock, unable to believe his eyes. 2.5 years ago, when he had just entered the Shattered Star Sea, he and Yang Kai were teleported to the same place. Knowing that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. After one blow, Yang Kai's aura disappeared completely. Feng Shi thought that Yang Kai had already died without a burial place. It turned out that he had never met Yang Kai again in more than 2 years, nor had he heard any news about Yang Kai. This loathsome guy had almost disappeared from Feng Shi's memory. But now, he appeared in front of him like a ghost, seemingly unscathed. How is this possible? A Dao Source Realm cultivator took the power of my Emperor Authority Bead and didn't die. Feng Shi was almost in a mess as he cried out involuntarily, "Are you a human or a ghost?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, but young sect master is still as enthusiastic as ever. Asking such a sensitive question as soon as we meet, how do you expect me to answer?" Chapter 2465. Feng Shi's expression was gloomy as he constantly scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense. All the humiliation he had suffered at his hands in the past suddenly surged into his mind, causing Feng Shi's aura to become violent in an instant. More than 2 years ago, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so he had to use the Emperor Authority Bead. But today, the situation was completely different. He had broken through to the Emperor realm, while this bastard was still in the Dao Source realm. The difference in strength was too great. Thinking of this, Feng Shi's gloomy mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled coldly at Yang Kai and said, "Whether you are a human or a ghost, since you have met this young master today, you will not have a good end. Your soul is destined to scatter." "Oh, young sect master is so fierce. Do you want to eat me?" Yang Kai looked at him with a mocking expression and said, "Actually, I am quite curious about one thing. How did young sect master break through to the Emperor realm?" Feng Shi smiled proudly and said, "This young master's talent is not something an ordinary person like you can look up to." Yang Kai said, "Is that so? But according to the uniqueness of your seeking passion sect's secret art, this Yang's existence should be your heart demon, right? If you don't get rid of your heart demon, how can you stabilize the Emperor realm? Or..." Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and said, "Young sect master thought this Yang was dead, So you broke through to the Emperor realm with a clear conscience. Is it really okay for you to do this? As soon as this statement came out, Feng Shi's expression changed drastically. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, he felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer, his body swaying slightly as he took 2 steps back. With a light crack, a sound that came from the depths of his soul, Feng Shi's face turned pale. He felt as if something inside him had cracked. Dao heart. A crack had appeared in his Dao heart, and the origin of all this was only because of Yang Kai's words. As early as in Ice Moon City, Yang Kai's various provocations and methods had turned his existence into a heart demon for Feng Shi. If this heart demon was not eliminated, Feng Shi's cultivation would not be able to progress. He had thought that he had killed Yang Kai, so he was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Only then could he advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But reality proved that Yang Kai, the demon in his heart, was not dead. Instead, he once again appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Yang Kai's words stirred up the inner demon that he thought he had slain. It affected his Dao heart and caused cracks to appear in it. Feng Shi's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die, die, die. I want you dead." It was as if he had gone mad. His entire body was filled with an unimaginable ruthlessness. He raised his hand. A beam of Emperor's Qi blasted towards Yang Kai, and the aftermath of the impact even sent the 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples standing next to him flying. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, the 2 disciples stared at Feng Shi in horror. The 2 of them had never seen Feng Shi in such a ferocious and terrifying state. At a glance, they knew that Feng Shi's heart demon was surging. It was a sign that he was about to become the demon race. They were so frightened that they hurriedly shouted. They wanted to pull Feng Shi back from the brink of becoming the demon race. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Facing Feng Shi's ferocious but disorderly attack, he easily dodged it with a flicker of his body. Looking at Feng Shi contemptuously, he hooked his finger and continued to provoke. "Young sect master, if you want to kill me, then come with me. Otherwise, I'm leaving." Saying so, he directly rushed into the depths of the void. Feng Shi's eyes turned red as he roared again and again. He followed closely behind. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar glanced at each other and also anxiously chased after him. Both of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts for being despicable and shameless. He had deliberately rubbed salt on the young sect master's wound, causing the young sect master's mind to be in chaos. If he didn't calm down soon, the young sect master might really become the demon race. After all, the young sect master had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his realm was still unstable. Now that Yang Kai had triggered his heart demon, it was a great omen. But in this situation, the 2 of them were powerless to help Feng Shi. They could only pray that Feng Shi would be able to recover from his anger. As the 4 of them fled, they soon left the Shattered Stars where Ziyu and the others were. The reason why Yang Kai did this was that he was afraid that the aftermath of their fight would interfere with Ziyu's advancement. However, he didn't expect that Feng Shi would be so easily angered by him. It seemed that this guy's temperament wasn't good enough, or he hated him too much, so he was enraged by his words. An hour later, when Yang Kai was far enough away from Ziyu and the others, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and coldly looked at the 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples chasing after him. What he saw made him slightly stunned, because during this 2-hour chase, Feng Shi had gradually calmed down. Although his face was still very angry, it was no longer as uncontrollable and violent as before. At this moment, Feng Shi's anger was mixed with some clarity. This made Yang Kai click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this guy really did have some skill. No wonder he could advance to the Emperor realm in such a short time. It seemed that he wasn't an idiot. Feng Shi stood 1,000 feet away from him. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar quickly caught up and stood beside him. Seeing that Feng Shi's condition had improved, the 2 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Confucian scholar whispered, "Young sect master, no matter what he says later, you must remember not to get angry so easily." "This young master knows." Feng Shi shouted impatiently before looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "You led this young master here because you want Ziyu to break through in peace?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Young sect master's IQ is quite high. You can even guess this." Feng Shi coldly snorted, "It's obvious, but it's meaningless." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How is it meaningless? Perhaps Ziyu has already advanced to the Emperor realm." Feng Shi sneered, "What do you think the Emperor realm is? A child's play? That anyone can break through at will? Ziyu still needs some time to break through to the Emperor realm, but this young master can kill you with a wave of his hand. It's not too late for this young master to find her after I kill you." Yang Kai said with a sullen expression, "Young sect master, you're making me very unhappy." The corners of his mouth rose as he ridiculed, "Last time, an Emperor authority bead didn't take my life, so what makes you think you can kill me?" Hearing this, Feng Shi's face turned angry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly took a deep breath and calmed his agitated mood. He said indifferently, "Last time, this young master was careless and let you escape with your life. But this time is different." His face was ferocious as he said in a cold voice, "This time, this young master will personally tear you to pieces." Yang Kai coldly said, "Young sect master, don't be so full of yourself. Be careful, or you won't be able to clean up the mess later." Hee. Feng Shi smiled slightly and said, "Actually, this young master should thank you. If you hadn't appeared in front of this young master at the right time, I'm afraid I would have thought you had died long ago. If this young master had continued to cultivate like this and learned that you were still alive one day, this young master might have become the demon race and burned to death. But it's different now. This young master only needs to kill you to make up for my Tao heart and complete my cultivation. I might even be able to advance to the next level." When he spoke up to hear, his eyes glowed with divine light that was as bright as the stars. Yang Kai said solemnly, "I didn't expect that I would be so useful to young sect master. How should young sect master thank me?" Feng Shi said proudly, "Make your move. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance when you die." Yang Kai laughed. "Since young sect master is so sincere, then this young master won't be polite." He raised his hand, and the myriad sword appeared in his palm. As his source chi surged, the broad long sword slashed forward fiercely. A huge sword chi appeared in the air, as if it wanted to break through the void and slash horizontally. The power of this sword had already demonstrated Yang Kai's extraordinary strength. It was far beyond what a Tao Source Realm cultivator could display. The yellow-faced young man and the scholars standing beside Feng Shi were shocked. Facing this unparalleled sword chi, their hands and feet turned cold and their bodies shivered. "Sure enough, you have some skill." Feng Shi was not afraid and sneered, "But how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon?" While speaking, he also summoned a long sword and pointed it forward with a slight shake. This sword pointed at the void and magically shattered the huge sword chi, causing it to fall apart in an instant. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar were overjoyed when they saw this and cheered loudly. "Get lost." After Feng Shi resolved Yang Kai's attack with one move, he immediately became high-spirited and shouted at the two people who were in his way. These two people did not dare to disobey and hurriedly fled to the side and watched from a distance. "Yang Kai, you are really not an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator. If this was Ice Moon City's arena, this young master would definitely not be your opponent, but this young master is a cultivator of this world. This young master's realm is one realm higher than yours. How can you compete with me?" He kept talking, but his hands were not idle. As he waved his sword, the sword chi turned into a sword net and enveloped Yang Kai. Not only that, when he waved his sword, an indescribable aura suddenly filled the air. Affected by this domain, Yang Kai felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling well up within him. This feeling caused him to lose his will to fight, and his mind was constantly filled with all kinds of memories. He recalled the past with Su Yin, with Xianing Chong, with Shanqing Luo, and with Shuiyu, all of which were both warm and intoxicating. Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that this was the strange divine technique of the Seeking Passion Supreme Art. It could affect his 7 emotions and 6 desires. It really couldn't be underestimated. He bit the tip of his tongue to dispel the discomfort in his mind. The myriad sword moved back and forth, and the sword chi fluctuated freely as it fought back and forth with Feng Shi. A strange light flashed in Feng Shi's eyes. He suddenly made a seal with one hand and wiped the sword with his finger, shouting in a low voice, "The life of an ant! What's the use of struggling? Die!" Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the shocking sword chi rushed straight at him as fast as lightning. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He found that he could not avoid this attack with his movement skill and speed. In a hurry, he could only use his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. His body suddenly faded as the sword chi directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and flew out. Chapter 2466. After a short while, Yang Kai's body condensed again, but his face turned pale and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he had resolved Feng Shi's attack with his nihility secret technique, he was still somewhat shaken. Feng Shi, on the other hand, was unforgiving. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, he flew up and wrapped his body in sword light, turning into a rainbow as he bombarded Yang Kai with unparalleled momentum. The Emperor pressure spread out and Yang Kai's body was pressed down, causing him to stumble back with a look of panic on his face. How boring. This young master hasn't even warmed up, and you're already at your limit. If you're reincarnated in your next life, remember to give the masters the respect they deserve. As he spoke, a rainbow-like sword chi slashed straight at Yang Kai. But at this moment, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly rose in Feng Shi's heart, causing his face to darken and become gloomy. When he looked up again, there was no trace of panic on Yang Kai's face. Instead, there was a mocking smile on his face. What's going on? This brat is just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he's showing me such a strange smile in this life and death situation. Does he have some kind of trump card? As his thoughts raced, Feng Shi gritted his teeth and followed his intuition. He tapped his foot and floated back. The moment he retreated, a huge moon blade suddenly slashed in front of his feet. The void crack that tore open gave off an extremely unsettling aura. Hiss! Feng Shi sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the moon blade with a look of disbelief on his face. This attack was extremely mysterious and soundless. Moreover, it was extremely lethal. He believed that if he hadn't dodged in time, this attack alone would have been enough to seriously injure him. What kind of power is this? Feng Shi's face suddenly sank. He thought that Yang Kai's strength was only a so-so, but after this exchange, he discovered that what he had seen of Yang Kai's ability was not all. Oh, young sect master's reaction is quite good. Yang Kai also looked at Feng Shi in surprise and said, if it was more than 2 years ago, facing such a blow from him, Feng Shi was definitely dead, but now that he was in the Emperor realm, he was indeed different from before. Yang Kai also felt that Feng Shi, who was in the Emperor realm, was more powerful than Qiu Zhe, who he had killed that day. As expected of a disciple from a large sect, his foundation and the secret techniques he cultivated were not something Qiu Zhe could compare to. Although Qiu Zhe was the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace was only a mid-tier sect in the Southern Territory. How could it compare to a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect had produced one of the great emperors. You were actually hiding your strength? Feng Shi gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. His face was filled with displeasure and humiliation. As a member of the Emperor realm, he thought that he could kill Yang Kai with a wave of his hand. But in reality, he was almost ambushed by Yang Kai. How could he not be annoyed? Especially when 2 of his junior brothers were watching from the side, which put him in an awkward position. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, young sect master's words are interesting. You have grown in the Shattered Star Sea. Are you saying that others should remain stagnant? Feng Shi had advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. But Yang Kai hadn't been idle either. In the year and a half after subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, his strength had greatly improved. Whether it was the source chi in his body or his divine sense, both had increased significantly. Very good. No wonder Father and Master said not to underestimate any opponent, no matter how high or low their cultivation is. Today, this young master has seen it firsthand. Yang Kai, you have taught this young master a lesson. Feng Shi snorted coldly. I wanted to take your life directly, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame this young master for torturing you. Yang Kai snorted. Does young sect master still think he can kill me? Do you think I can't kill you? Feng Shi's eyes widened, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You can try. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. As you wish. Feng Shi shouted in a low voice, put away the sword in his hand, and took out another sword. This sword was blue in color and exuded an extremely cold aura. As soon as it appeared, wisps of white chi floated from the sword, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. An emperor artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow and fixed his eyes on the blue sword, grinning. That's more like it. Young sect master's identity is honorable, so he should have an emperor artifact with him. Before, he didn't see Feng Shi with an emperor artifact, so he felt a little strange. But now he understood that Feng Shi did have an emperor artifact, he just hadn't taken it out yet. Now that he had taken out this emperor artifact, he was undoubtedly going to use his full strength. You're laughing now, but I'll make you cry later. Feng Shi glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, shook his sword, and an icy aura swept out in an instant as he shouted, Snow Sky, asking love sword. Sword flowers suddenly bloomed, turning into layers of murderous intent visible to the naked eye, and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. He communicated with the space principles, and his space force fluctuated as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward, shouting, Condense! Asterisk Wang. Asterisk and muffled sound suddenly rang out as the space within 1,000 feet around Feng Shi suddenly solidified and became incomparably viscous. The supreme sword technique he had executed was also frozen in the void at this moment. Feng Shi's eyes bulged and he almost fell to the ground. This, what's going on? The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar, who were watching not far away, were also taken aback. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. They only saw Yang Kai stretch out his hand and directly suppress their young sect master's sword technique. Break! Yang Kai shouted again. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk with a crisp sound. The sword flowers that Feng Shi had spent so much effort to condense shattered like a mirror, and the icy aura disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but with Feng Shi as the center, countless tiny spatial rifts as thin as a cow's hair suddenly formed, wrapping around him. The space became extremely unstable in an instant, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai raised his hands and two huge moon blades suddenly appeared in his palms, as if they were real objects. He then looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said, Young sect master, it seems that you haven't cultivated enough Space Force. Even if Feng Shi was stupid, he still knew what divine technique Yang Kai was using. He suddenly panicked and cried out in alarm. He looked at the countless void cracks around him, then looked at the two moon blades in Yang Kai's hands, and his face instantly turned pale. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said, This young master has killed more than one person in the Emperor realm. If young sect master thinks that he can do whatever he wants in front of this young master just because he has broken through to the Emperor realm, then he is gravely mistaken. Since he has made a mistake, he must be taught a lesson. Young sect master, this young master will discipline you on behalf of your father. Feng Shi vomited blood in his heart and was so angry that his whole body was on fire. He wanted to curse a few times, but he didn't know where to start. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the two huge moon blades whistled towards him. Feng Shi was startled. Seeing the moon blades getting closer and closer, he knew that Yang Kai wanted to take his life. How was this discipline? In his horror, Feng Shi's face suddenly became solemn. He slowly rotated the Emperor artifact in his hand, and an indescribable sword intent soared into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what Feng Shi was going to do, it seemed that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. This was not surprising. After all, it was not easy for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. With a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die here? A solemn and dignified aura filled the air. As Feng Shi slowly swung his long sword, his aura underwent a great change. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His eyes were clear, but they were bone-chilling and emotionless. Seeking love is heartless. The heavenly way is tyrannical. A low voice rang out. Sword lights suddenly flashed, and as the sword chi soared, a mysterious aura spread out. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He didn't expect Feng Shi to be able to make such a move. This move was clearly a move that only a true master could perform. It actually coincided with the heavenly way. If Feng Shi doesn't die, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he waved his hand again and punched forward. Exile. A dark black hole suddenly formed in front of Feng Shi, and an aura of nothingness and chaos came from it, making one's heart palpitate. His sword move was immediately disrupted, and flaws began to appear in it. 2 moon blades finally arrived, and the tiny void cracks around them also attacked Feng Shi under Yang Kai's control. Ah! A scream rang out as Feng Shi's stable aura was disrupted. Feng Shi's figure was suddenly wrapped in space force, and blood spurted out. It was a horrifying sight. Young sect master. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar turned pale with fright and couldn't help shouting. They thought that Feng Shi could deal with Yang Kai easily, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai, who was only in the Tao source realm, could suppress their young sect master. How could such a thing happen? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to rush to rescue their young sect master. So although they shouted loudly, they just stood there motionless, their eyes flickering, as if they were ready to escape at any time. If their young sect master died here, they would definitely not be able to escape from Yang Kai's vicious hands. Yang Kai didn't stop after that attack. Instead, he shook the myriad sword and sent an overwhelming number of sword waves towards Feng Shi. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk strange sounds kept ringing out, and after all the sword waves disappeared, the void returned to normal. Yang Kai gasped for breath. On the contrary, Feng Shi was lying there in a bloody mess, looking extremely miserable. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk both the yellow-faced man and the scholar swallowed their saliva, their faces extremely pale. Both of them looked at Feng Shi with dull eyes. When they swept him with their divine senses, they found that Feng Shi was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had suffered an unimaginable injury. Chapter 2467. Run. I have to run. If I don't, it'll be too late. Just as the yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar had this thought, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at them coldly. Both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Under Yang Kai's cold gaze, their legs went soft and they couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. Do you want to come and die yourselves? Or do you want me to cut you down? Yang Kai stood there with his sword in hand. His figure was calm and his clothes were neat, as if the battle just now hadn't consumed any of his energy. It was as if Feng Shi was just a Tao source realm cultivator, and he was the high and mighty emperor of the emperor realm. The situation was completely reversed, and they couldn't accept it. Monster! The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's teeth chattered fiercely, making cracking sounds. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. It seems that you've chosen the latter, Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped towards the two. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's breathing suddenly stopped. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't control their bodies at all. A feeling of despair instantly drowned them. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look to the side. What he saw made Yang Kai's eyes bulge. Feng Shi, who should have been lying on the ground waiting for death, was slowly standing up. However, his state was extremely strange, as if he didn't have his own consciousness. His eyes were closed, and his body was stiff, as if he was a puppet being lifted up by someone. On the other hand, the source chi in his body was tumbling. Not only that, there was also an aura that made Yang Kai feel fear and horror. It was slowly waking up inside Feng Shi's body. Soon after, Feng Shi stood up straight again and opened his tightly shut eyes. His eyes were bone-chilling cold, but they were blooming with a divine light, as bright as stars. Yang Kai was shocked. The moment Feng Shi opened his eyes, the strange aura in his body suddenly rose to the extreme. A rich emperor pressure spread out, making Yang Kai's breathing stop. The blood in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Feng Shi gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. When he met Feng Shi's eyes, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It was very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Feng Shi's entire person had undergone earth-shaking changes. His previous image of a sect's young master had been replaced by a graceful and noble temperament. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he wanted to rule the world. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This feeling was somewhat familiar to him. He had experienced a similar feeling from third-order Emperor Realm Masters like Yao Changjun, Qi Ri, and Bing Yun. However, Feng Shi had just ascended to the Emperor Realm not long ago. How could he be a match for these three top-notch experts? Could it be a secret technique of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai wondered. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Two moon blades formed a cross and spun towards Feng Shi. They arrived in front of Feng Shi in an instant, sealing off all his escape routes. Feng Shi looked at the two cross-shaped moon blades, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. It was as if this was the first time he had seen Yang Kai use the Space Divine technique. There was a steadiness and maturity on his face that did not match his age. He had no intention of dodging. Instead, he slowly stretched out a finger. His finger pointed right at the center of the cross. There was no difference. Under the power of this finger, the two moon blades collapsed with a loud bang. They didn't cause any damage to Feng Shi. What? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He naturally knew the weakness of the secret technique he used better than anyone else. Although this was the first time he had used this cross-shaped moonblade, he had simulated it countless times in his mind, so it was quite easy for him to use it. The weakness of this secret technique was right at the spot Feng Shi's finger had pointed. How did he know? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy. If Feng Shi had such eyesight and ability, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably just now. It seemed that in the short time between when he was unconscious and when he woke up, something shocking had happened to him. Who is your excellency? Yang Kai suddenly remembered a legendary secret technique, and his heart shook as he asked in a low voice. Feng Shi looked at Yang Kai coldly, and the corners of his mouth rose as he said, "Junior is really amazing. This old master felt that you were extraordinary back then. Now it seems that this old master's vision is not bad." See? Yang Kai gasped and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Feng Shi suddenly spoke to him in such a tone, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess even more. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cried out, "Soul Descent! You are Feng Xian." He had long heard that some top masters would leave a trace of spiritual energy in the bodies of their descendants or disciples in order to protect them. Normally, it wouldn't be triggered, but when their lives were in danger, this spiritual energy would erupt and fight against the enemy. However, this secret technique came at a great cost, and once it was used, it would cause a lot of damage to the descendant or disciple, so very few masters would do this. Even if they did, they wouldn't reveal this spiritual energy unless they had no other choice. But now, this spiritual energy had appeared in Feng Shi's body, which undoubtedly showed that Feng Shi was at the end of his rope. "Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. It's this king," Feng Shi shouted. "What? Sect master?" The yellow-faced man and the middle-aged scholar were also taken aback, but soon, the two were overjoyed. They rushed to Feng Shi's side and knelt down, saying in a trembling voice, "Disciple greets master, sect master." Feng Shi glanced at the two indifferently and coldly snorted, "Two good-for-nothings. You can't even protect the young sect master properly and forced this king to show himself. What use do I have for you?" The two's expressions changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything. The bitterness in their hearts was simply unbearable. Both of them were thinking, the young sect master is already the Emperor Realm and is much more powerful than us, but he was still seriously injured and unconscious by this Yang Kai in just a few moves. With our cultivation, what can we do? We'll just be killed with a flick of his finger. Although they were cursing in their hearts, the two didn't dare to say it out loud. They just lowered their heads, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Feng Shi snorted and said, "Later, take the young sect master to a safe place to heal. If you can't bring the young sect master back to the sect in one piece, you don't need to come back." Since these two could enter the Shattered Star Sea, they were undoubtedly elite disciples of the Netherworld sect, but in Feng Xian's eyes, their value couldn't even compare to a strand of his son's hair. Moreover, from Feng Xian's tone, it was obvious that he would be able to deal with Yang Kai soon, so he asked them to take Feng Shi to a safe place to heal. The two felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly said, "Yes." Feng Shi turned his head and looked at Yang Kai again, coldly snorting, "Junior, is Shi Er's injury your masterpiece?" Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Would you believe me if I said no?" Feng Shi said, "What do you think?" Yang Kai angrily said, "Then why the hell did you ask?" Feng Shi's face sank and he said, "Junior, you're quite arrogant. How dare you yell at this king? I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you're so arrogant, don't blame this king for being impolite." Yang Kai sneered and said, "Feng Shi also had the same intention before, but this young master beat him up very badly. Sect Master Feng, be careful not to follow in your son's footsteps." Feng Shi said in a deep voice, "You dare to look down on this king?" Yang Kai said lazily, "If Sect Master Feng came in person, this junior would naturally not be your opponent and would immediately scram and run as far away as possible. What a pity. Sect Master Feng, you borrowed your son's body to descend, so how much of your strength can you display? It's enough to take your life." Yang Kai laughed, "Sect Master Feng, be careful not to lose your integrity in your later years." "Shut up." Feng Shi shouted angrily, "This king will take your dog life now." Seeking Passion Finger. Saying so, he pointed his finger towards the spot where Yang Kai was standing. An unimaginable force suddenly blasted over, invisible and formless, as if it wanted to tear the void apart. Wherever the finger passed, the void collapsed layer by layer, making for a terrifying sight. Although the power of this finger was not as strong as the Emperor Authority bead Feng Shi had used before, it was not much worse. The reason why it was not comparable was not because Feng Xian's strength had declined over the years. When he condensed the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Xian had just broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm. After so many years, his cultivation must have improved a lot. If Feng Xian used this secret technique with his real body, its power would only be greater. But now, he was in the body of a soul descender, so the strength he could display depended entirely on the limits of Feng Shi's body. Therefore, the power of this Seeking Passion Finger was greatly reduced. Even so, it was not something Yang Kai could take head-on. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he hurriedly tried to dodge, but the power of this finger actually had the effect of sealing space and suppressing the world. When Yang Kai's figure paused, he was swept by the finger. As if he had been hit by a mountain, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and the bones in his body creaked. It was unknown how many of them were broken, and the parts of his body that were grazed by the finger were badly mutilated. With just one move, Yang Kai was seriously injured. Feng Xian's astonishing strength was evident. Before Yang Kai could regain his balance, Feng Shi swept his sword over again and shouted, "Seeking Passion Sword." Separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, the sword wave fanned out and arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai could not avoid it. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar could not help but rejoice when they saw this scene. They were excited by the strength of their sect master. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the sect master's soul descender. After the sword attack, Feng Shi's momentum also fell a lot. It seemed that these two moves had consumed a lot of his strength, and he was even slightly panting. However, this was enough. Feng Xian believed that Yang Kai could not take this move with his strength. In the next moment, he would be torn apart by the sword wave. Feng Xian withdrew his sword and stood there, looking forward coldly, waiting for the moment Yang Kai died. Chapter 2468. But at that moment, Feng Xian's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in him. It was a kind of intuition, and the higher one's cultivation, the more accurate it would be. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, only to see Yang Kai's expression suddenly turn solemn as he quickly formed a strange seal with his hands. An indescribable aura lingered around him. This aura was so profound and mysterious that even Feng Xian was moved. He couldn't help but want to immerse himself in it and comprehend it. What secret technique is this? Feng Xian's expression instantly changed. Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, he still couldn't restrain himself. He stared at Yang Kai, wanting to understand. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai completed his hand seals and a mysterious seal floated in front of him. He then sent it out with his palm. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai's deep voice, like a soul-stirring voice from purgatory, rang in Feng Shi's ears. Feng Shi's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock, "The flowing time, great emperor's divine technique. The flowing time, great emperor's shuttle-like seal." Unlike an ordinary cultivator, Feng Xian was a third-order emperor realm master, the sect master of the Seeking Passion sect, and a descendant of the Seeking Passion great emperors. As such, he was extremely knowledgeable and experienced. As soon as Yang Kai made his move, he recognized that it was the famous divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Feng Xian's heart was beating wildly and his face was filled with shock, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The flowing time great emperor was rumored to be the only great emperors to have comprehended the principle of time. Throughout the star boundaries' billions of years of history, he was the only one. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to comprehend the principle of time, but they couldn't even cross the threshold. This showed how strange and mysterious this principle was. Feng Xian originally thought that the flowing time great emperor had fallen with the great emperors. No one in this world could comprehend the principle of time. But now, he actually saw the unique divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor from Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? Otherwise, how could he release the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal? For a moment, Feng Xian's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and shock. His mood was extremely complicated. As soon as the flowing time great emperor's swift shuttle seal appeared, Feng Xian knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Under the influence of this strange principal strength, he actually felt everything around him slow down. He knew that this was just his imagination. It was an incorrect feeling he had under the influence of the law of time. While his mind was in shock, he pulled the long sword in his hand, and the source energy in his body surged. Sword chi appeared on the blue long sword, and his entire body was filled with sword intent. His expression was solemn, the 6 desires in his eyes extinguished, and the 7 emotions dispersed. Asking for love is heartless, and the heavenly Tao is tyrannical. Merciless slash. It was the same secret technique, divine technique, displayed by the same body, but the power was incomparable. When Feng Shi had used this secret technique before, Yang Kai had used the space divine technique to knock him unconscious. But at this moment, Feng Xian, who had used soul descent, was using it. But it was enough to shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The merciless slash slashed across and collided with the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal, which had crossed the barrier of time. 2 completely different principal strengths collided with each other, causing the void to collapse and the world to collapse. A rumbling sound rang out, and the aftermath of the impact erupted and swept out in all directions. Whether it was Yang Kai or Feng Shi, they were like canoes sailing in the sea amid strong winds and waves. Their bodies swayed as if they could capsize at any time. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar, who were watching not far away, were in a miserable state. The 2 men's eyes were dull, and they seemed to be in a daze. However, wrinkles soon appeared on their skin and their hair turned white. The power of time flowed through them in an instant, turning them into old men in a very short time. Hong hong hong. Loud bangs rang out continuously as Yang Kai was suddenly sent flying. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage. It was not that the flowing time great emperor's divine technique was inferior to the Seeking Passion sect's secret technique, but Yang Kai's strength was not comparable to Feng Xian's. Seeing this, Feng Xian's pupils shrank and his face turned fierce. His body swayed as he urged the remaining power in his body to kill. Although he wanted to capture young Kai alive and inquire about the inheritance and secret technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor from him, Feng Shi's current physical condition did not allow him to do so. After using soul descent, Feng Shi was greatly damaged. He had no choice but to use the Taoist ruthless slash. If he continued to entangle with Yang Kai, Feng Shi's body would disintegrate without him needing to suffer any more injuries. Feng Xian was annoyed. That day in Ice Moon City, if he had disregarded his face and attacked Yang Kai, there would not have been such trouble today. Perhaps he could have captured Yang Kai. At that time, the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors would have been his. At that time, he would have the inheritance of two great emperors, and it would only be a matter of time before he became the overlord of the Northern Territory. Since I am ruthless, how can I seek love? Since there is no Tao, how can I pursue the martial Tao? As Yang Kai retreated, he suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression, "Your seeking passion sect is deceiving itself, ha 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 ha." He suddenly burst into laughter. Feng Xian angrily retorted, "Junior, what do you know? Quickly accept your death." As soon as his words fell, he slashed his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai angrily shouted, "You want to kill this young master? You're not qualified." Mountains and Rivers Bell, suppress. With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized bell-shaped artifact suddenly flew out. It was the Mountains and Rivers Bell he had subdued not long ago. Even the flowing time great emperor's swift shuttle seal could not do anything to Feng Xian, so Yang Kai only had the Mountains and Rivers Bell as his trump card. If even the Mountains and Rivers Bell could not suppress Feng Xian, Yang Kai could only escape immediately. He believed that even if he was seriously injured, with the space secret technique he had mastered, it would still be difficult for Feng Xian to kill him. As soon as the Mountains and Rivers Bell came out, Yang Kai immediately felt the source qi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge rapidly drain away like a broken dam, drying up in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai was startled, and his face turned pale in an instant as he felt a splitting headache. This was the first time he had used the Mountains and Rivers Bell, so he did not expect to pay such a high price. In the past, when his cultivation was not high enough, he had a similar experience when he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but compared to this experience, it was simply like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Yang Kai obviously felt like he was going to die at this time. As soon as this exotic artifact came out, it had not hurt the enemy, but it had already made him unable to take care of himself. He did not know what the result would be. Yang Kai forced himself to stay awake and stared at Feng Shi. Feng Shi's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Mountains and Rivers Bell? The Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact?" He was shocked to the extreme. When Yang Kai used his Space Force secret technique before, he was already amazed. After all, Space Force secret techniques weren't something just anyone could comprehend and cultivate. Later, Yang Kai used the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Feng Xian could not imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had to obtain something that countless masters could not obtain in their lifetime. At this moment, Yang Kai even used the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact. Feng Xian almost bit off his tongue. "Fake! This is fake!" Feng Xian screamed in his heart, but when he focused his gaze, the Mountains and Rivers Bell rapidly grew in size. The sound of the bell was transmitted to the depths of one's soul, causing one to palpitate uneasily. On the surface of the bell, mysterious runes were looming, flowing endlessly, and an aura from the great desolate era filled the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was the real Mountains and Rivers Bell. The aura of the great desolate era was not something that could be imitated at will. Feng Xian's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tried to escape. However, a mysterious force suppressed the world and sealed the space around him. He could not move, and the power in his body was sealed in his meridians, unable to circulate. The Mountains and Rivers Bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's rhythm changed the world. When the bell rang, it would be suppressed, and no one could escape. Even someone like Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could not escape once locked by the mountains and rivers bell, let alone Feng Xian. If not for this, it would not have been able to suppress the phoenix true fire for tens of thousands of years. Seeing the mountains and rivers bell coming down on him, Feng Xian felt his soul tremble and shouted in horror, "Junior, stop! If you dare kill my son, this king will chase you to the ends of the world and tear you to pieces." "Fuck you." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed angrily. Hong. Without any suspense, Feng Shi's body was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell and completely disappeared. "Ah!" The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar stood there trembling. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, had actually suppressed their sect master soul descent. Is this something a Dao Source Realm cultivator can do? Both of them felt a chill in their hearts as a chill ran down their spines from head to toe. "Young sect master, is he dead?" The yellow-faced young man opened his mouth and all his teeth fell out. He could not even speak clearly. The same was true for the middle-aged scholar. Although the two of them were not hit directly by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, they were affected by the time principles and were no longer in their prime. Cough cough. Yang Kai kept coughing, looking extremely miserable. He slightly moved his finger and flicked the mountains and rivers bell. Hong. The bell rang again, and a huge impact spread in all directions. "Don't!" The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar shouted, trying to escape, but the sound waves directly drowned them. The two of them vomited blood, which was mixed with fragments of their internal organs. In the blink of an eye, they were no longer breathing. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and the enlarged mountains and rivers bell flew back to his hand, returning to the size of his palm halfway. At the place where the mountains and rivers bell had originally suppressed, Feng Shi had already become a pool of flesh and blood. He had died in an extremely miserable manner. 3 star seals with different radiances flew out from the 3 corpses and fell on the back of Yang Kai's hand. These 3 star seals were of extremely high grade. Feng Shi's was a 7-pointed star seal, while the other 2 had 6-pointed star seals. With such star seals, Yang Kai's star seal had taken a big step forward from upgrading. However, Yang Kai was not in the mood to care about this at the moment. He did not even have the strength to collect the 3 space rings. The after-effects of summoning the mountains and rivers bell swept over him, making him weak and powerless. His vision turned black, and he fainted. Chapter 2469. Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect. As one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect occupied a vast area with countless disciples. The buildings here were magnificent and extraordinary, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out from an inconspicuous building. In an instant, the entire Seeking Passion sect seemed to tremble as countless disciples looked towards the source of the sound, their eyes filled with horror. Because everyone could tell that this was the voice of the sect master, but no one knew why the sect master was suddenly so angry. Feng Xian was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so his mind was as calm as water, like an ancient well without ripples. If he hadn't encountered something unacceptable, it was impossible for him to be so emotional. So, what could make a third-order Emperor Realm Master so angry? At that moment, a pale-faced person rushed into the building, pushed open the door, and knelt down while trembling. "Sect Master, this is bad." This subordinate just received a message, "Young Sect Master Soul Lamp." Before this person could finish speaking, Feng Xian suddenly sent a palm strike towards him. Although this person had a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao Source Realm, how could he resist a master like Feng Xian? Under a single slap, he was directly smashed into a meat patty. Yang Kai. Inside the secret room, Feng Xian's face was pale as he shouted out a person's name with a violent expression, his eyes flashing with anger. His soul descent had taken place in Feng Shi's body, so although he was in the Seeking Passion sect, he could more or less perceive what happened in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it was not comprehensive, he could clearly feel Feng Shi's death. His son had finally broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But in the end, he was killed by someone from the third-order Tao source realm. What's more, it was under the premise of his soul descent. This was a great humiliation to him and the Seeking Passion sect. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't enter the Shattered Star Sea, he would have already set out to settle accounts with Yang Kai. The enmity of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Feng Xian's heart surged with anger. Suddenly, he got up, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the Seeking Passion sect, heading in a certain direction. Looking at the direction he was heading, it seemed to be the location of Iceheart Valley. He couldn't find Yang Kai now, so he could only go to Iceheart Valley to find Bing Yun first. In any case, Yang Kai must die, and only by finding Bing Yun would he be able to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Feng Xian's sect he no longer cared about the dispute between the two sects. If Bing Yun couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would massacre Iceheart Valley. After Yang Kai's Yang sect of his, Yang sect, he regained his consciousness. Yang of Yang Yangs. Kai Yang's heart moved. Then, he realized that the one calling him was not someone else, but his Dharmakaya. There was always a soul connection between him and the embodiment, so even if they were separated by the sealed world bead, the embodiment could contact him at any time. Yang Kai had suddenly fainted earlier, and the embodiment didn't dare to pull him into the sealed world bead to heal him. Although he could do so, if he did, the sealed world bead would definitely be exposed to the void. There were countless masters in the Shattered Star Sea, and if someone saw the sealed world bead, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore, the embodiment could only let Yang Kai drift in the void. It kept calling out to him. How long has it been? Yang Kai communicated with the embodiment with his divine sense and struggled to prop himself up. Not long, just a few hours. Fortunately, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and examined his current condition. His injuries weren't too serious, but his back was a little bloody after being swept by Feng Xian's finger. The biggest problem now was that he was very weak. Using the mountains and rivers bell had consumed all his strength, so there was no way for him to fully recover in the next few hours. Even now, when he tried to use his divine sense, he felt pain in his head. If he encountered any danger at this time, he could only hide in the sealed world bead immediately. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat and let it fly forward. He then sat cross-legged on the wooden boat, took out some restorative spirit pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. In the desolate, shattered star sea, Yang Kai's figure was like a speck of dust, inconspicuous as he drifted without any particular target. 2 days later, he exhaled softly and stood up again, crackling sounds coming from all over his body. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his body was fine. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around, but there was nothing special. Even his 7-pointed star seal didn't sense the existence of others. It had been 2 or 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. At first, he thought he had gained a lot, but after meeting the people from Iceheart Valley and Feng Shi, he realized that he had fallen behind. Even Feng Shi had advanced to the Emperor realm early, and Ziyu was at the critical juncture of her breakthrough. Perhaps she had already successfully broken through and reached the Emperor realm, but what about him? He hadn't sensed the aura of a breakthrough yet. The Phoenix True Fire and the Mountains and Rivers Bell were indeed very good. After all, they were once owned by the great emperors, but the strength of a cultivator was always based on their own strength. Other external aids were just icing on the cake. Without strong strength as a guarantee, even if one had good treasures, it would be difficult to play any role. Yang Kai felt that if he was in the Emperor realm now, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed when using the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Ziyu and Feng Shi were already ahead of him, but what about the other sect's prides? What about the rising stars that he knew? Yang Kai suddenly felt an urgent sense of crisis. If one's cultivation fell behind others, they would truly fall behind. No matter how many good things he found in this shattered star sea, it would be useless. While thinking about it, he controlled the wooden boat to fly quickly, trying to find his own opportunity in this shattered star sea. For several days, Yang Kai didn't meet anyone, nor did he sense the aura of source strength. This made him feel a little strange because this phenomenon was very abnormal. He had been in the shattered star sea for a while, but such a thing had never happened before. A few days later, Yang Kai still didn't sense anything. This made him a little suspicious, wondering what had happened in the shattered star sea. It wasn't until the 10th day that Yang Kai suddenly felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. This made him feel refreshed, and he immediately realized that he had sensed the existence of a cultivator. Then, the warmth on the back of his hand became stronger and stronger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and quickly flew in that direction. As he got closer, Yang Kai was surprised because he sensed the aura of many cultivator. There seemed to be not only the aura of a cultivator, but also an extremely rich source aura. It was resonating with the star seal on the back of his hand. What was going on over there? Yang Kai became curious and sped up a lot. Half a day later, the scene that entered his eyes made Yang Kai slightly stunned. Because in the star field, who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers in front of him, there was a large blue halo, showing an irregular oval shape. At first glance, it looked like a vast sea. Although this sea didn't seem too big now, Yang Kai knew that it was because he was too far away from it. If he were really in it, he would definitely feel its magnificence. What the hell? Yang Kai muttered in his heart. After a few hours, Yang Kai had already flown to this strange place. After seeing the situation over there, Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and said involuntarily, "So much source aura?" He could clearly feel the rich aura of source energy from the blue halo. The shattered source energy was hidden in the blue halo, like fish hiding in the sea. At this moment, when he looked closer, this place was like a real sea, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. The blue waves were blue, and the light was like the tide of the sea. It looked extremely strange. Through the star seal on the back of his hand, Yang Kai clearly felt the countless cultivator scattered in this huge blue light, and he didn't know if they were absorbing and refining the source aura. But how could there be so much source aura here? With so much source aura, if one person were to refine and absorb it, how much benefit would they get? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. But this was basically impossible. No single cultivator had the ability to refine so much source aura. No wonder he hadn't met a single person or sensed any source aura after walking for more than 10 days. It turned out that all the source aura had gathered in this place. Yang Kai was excited. Although he wanted to snatch the source aura in front of him right now, he still carefully examined the situation of the blue light. To his surprise, his divine sense was not hindered in any way, nor did he detect the slightest danger. It was as if the blue light was just like the sea, a carrier of the rich source aura. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy, and he rushed forward and plunged into the light. "Ha ha ha, another fool." There was a burst of laughter not far away. This person had obviously been observing Yang Kai, and when he saw him rush into the blue light, he laughed and said sarcastically, "How dare you be so reckless in the source sea? You really don't know how to write the word death." As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly shot out from the place where Yang Kai had rushed in. This person took a closer look and saw that it was Yang Kai. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? You're still alive?" Yang Kai grimaced in pain, and his whole body was in pain. There were sizzling sounds coming from all over his body, and his clothes were completely corroded in a very short time, revealing his strong body. His skin seemed to have been scalded by hot water, and countless pustules suddenly appeared all over it. It was a horrifying sight to behold. However, although his appearance was miserable, Yang Kai was not in danger of losing his life. He stimulated the source chi in his body to expel the corrosive force that had invaded his body. Chapter 2470. After a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and took out a new set of clothes to wear. The corroded wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the blood fell off, revealing new skin. Gudong! The onlooker could not help but gulp in horror. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the man before his figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. In the entire Shattered Star Sea, such a cultivation was neither high nor low, belonging to the lower middle class. This person had a strange appearance, and he looked a little like a rat. He didn't look like a good person. Seeing young Kai appear in front of him, he was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, asking in horror, What do you want to do? Young Kai looked at him unhappily and snorted coldly. I just heard you say that this is the Source Sea? Yes, yes. This is the Source Sea. The man seemed to be tongue-tied as he replied repeatedly. What is the Source Sea? Tell me clearly. The man looked bitter and said, The Source Sea is the Source Sea. A lot of source strength is gathered here, and this place looks like an ocean, so everyone calls it the Source Sea. There is no special name for it. How did you find this place? Why are there so many people here? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. I came with my brother from the same sect. My brother was called here by someone else. Friend, what do you want to ask? The man seemed to have calmed down and saw that Yang Kai did not have much malice. He looked at him curiously and asked, Tell me about the Source Sea. Tell me everything you know. The man suddenly asked suspiciously, Friend, have you never heard of the Source Sea? Yang Kai slapped him and said angrily, If I had heard of it, would I need to ask you? The man shrunk his head and was annoyed, but he did not dare to show it. He said in surprise, That can't be. Friend, your cultivation is not weak. How can you not know about the Source Sea? This place should be recorded in the ancient books of all the major sections. There are records of all of them? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes, the Source Sea is a very famous place in the Shattered Star Sea because there is a large amount of source strength here. We can absorb and refine it here. As long as we find this place, we don't have to look for the source strength of the shattered stars. However, the Source Sea did not appear every time. The time and location of its appearance were not fixed. However, there were 3 times when the Shattered Star Sea opened. One day, the Origin Sea will appear. This is a blessed land for us cultivators. There's only Origin energy here? Then what is the blue halo here? Why does it have such a strong corrosive power? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had suffered a loss from that faint blue halo. It looked like seawater, and his spiritual force did not detect any danger at all. But when he dived in, he could feel an extremely strong corrosive force. If Yang Kai had not retreated quickly, he would have suffered more serious injuries. No one knows what this faint blue halo is. It has been here since the first appearance of the Source Sea, but it's very dangerous. If someone rushes in, they'll definitely die. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was still alive. Wasn't he? He smiled awkwardly and said, Friend, you are amazing. You actually managed to retreat from there. It's all thanks to you. Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. This guy was watching from a distance and did not warn him when he rushed in. Although he was not friends with this guy, it was immoral of him to just sit back and watch. If it was any other cultivator with slightly weaker strength who rushed in, they would not have survived. However, he could not blame others for this. Bystanders had the right to watch. The man could tell that Yang Kai was blaming him and could not help but smile awkwardly. Go on. Yang Kai snorted. The man quickly cleared his throat and said, There are great benefits to be gained from the Source Sea. Many people find this place and stay here to absorb and refine the Source Sea until the Shattered Star Sea closes. Friend, as you can see, the Source Sea is extremely vast, just like a real sea. So no matter how many people come here, it is impossible to refine all the source strength here. And, let me tell you a secret, there are not only fragments of source strength in the Source Sea, but also complete source strengths of stars and the 5 elements. Complete source strengths? Yang Kai's expression changed. He was a Star Lord himself, so he could naturally understand the huge gap between the fragments of source strength and the complete source strength. A complete source strength could allow a cultivator to easily sense the heavenly way and martial Tao, but a fragment of source strength would be greatly reduced. He did not expect that there would be complete source strength in the Source Sea, and not only the source strengths of stars, but also the source strengths of the 5 elements. Although the Phoenix True Fire he obtained before was also a fire attribute source, it was a divine spirit source, not a 5-element source. There was still a difference between the two. The reason why his sealed world bead could not allow people to break through to a great realm inside was that the world principles were incomplete. In order to complete the world principles, a complete source strength was indispensable. If he could find the complete source strength here and fill the small sealed world with it, perhaps the world principles of the small sealed world would become complete. If he wanted to break through in the future, he would be able to do so in the small sealed world without worrying about being disturbed. So, after hearing that there was a complete source strength in the source sea, Yang Kai was immediately excited. But soon, his face darkened again. This source sea is so dangerous. How can I safely absorb and refine source strength in it? Are you lying to me? How would I dare? The man shouted with a wronged expression, "Friend, you haven't entered the source sea, so you don't know the situation inside. In the source sea, there are many island-like places where people can settle down. In those places, you don't have to worry about being corroded by the source sea's corrosive power, and you can refine source strength with peace of mind." Oh, there's such a good place. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He just rushed into the source sea and did not go deep inside, so he did not find any island-like existences. But judging from the way this man spoke, it did not seem like he was lying to him. "Friend, you can fly over and take a look later. Don't rush into that thing that looks like seawater again." The man seemed to give a kind reminder, but after that, he looked at Yang Kai flatteringly. "I've said everything I need to say, so, humph." Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Since the source sea has so many benefits, why are you still here and not going in? Is there any other danger?" The man hurriedly said, "I'm staying here to wait for my other brothers. It was Big Brother who told me to stay here. Otherwise, do you think I want to stay here? I also want to go in and absorb and refine source strength." He had an aggrieved expression on his face, probably cursing his big brother in his heart. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and flew over the source sea. The man's voice came from behind. "You should be careful. There are now several people from the Emperor realm in the source sea. If you provoke them, no one can save you." Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He found that things were as he thought. Many people had already advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and Ziyu and Feng Shi were not the only ones. And this was only the situation in the source sea. What about the other masters scattered all over the Shattered Star Sea? Perhaps there were many who had advanced to the Emperor realm. The Shattered Star Sea was indeed an incredible sealed world. Yang Kai's mood was solemn as he flew over the source sea. When he looked down, he suddenly had a strange feeling of dislocation. Right now, it was as if he was flying above a vast ocean. Below him were blue waves and surging tides. Above this ocean, there were indeed some island-like existences. They were of different sizes. The small ones could only fit one person, while the big ones could only fit 4 or 5 people. These places were already occupied by cultivators. They sat there cross-legged, absorbing and refining the source energy that was escaping from the sea. On the surface of the sea, the tides were surging, sometimes calm, making it difficult to predict. In such a situation, it was impossible for a cultivator to refine source strength steadily above the sea. It seemed that he had to find a place to settle down first. Yang Kai had suffered from this sea before, so he knew how powerful it was. If he could not find a place to settle down, he would not be able to refine source strength in peace. Thinking of this, he scanned the area below, trying to find a suitable place. There were many cultivators like him who were looking for a place to settle down. They were all flying in the air, but none of them intended to fight each other. The source strength here was so rich that as long as they could absorb it steadily, they would surely reap great benefits. It was meaningless to fight here, unless they were fighting for territory. There were indeed people fighting for territory. When Yang Kai flew through the air, he saw at least a dozen groups of people fighting each other. Cultivator corpses were constantly falling from midair, and as soon as they fell into the source sea, they disappeared without even making a splash. After wandering over the source sea for an hour, Yang Kai still could not find a place to settle down. All the places had been occupied. This made him feel very helpless. He was not the kind of person who liked to snatch other people's territory for no reason, so he could only search patiently. Fortunately, the source sea was big enough, and there were still some places he had not searched. He believed that he should be able to find a good place. In the distance ahead, there was another group of people fighting for territory. The sky was dark and the earth was dark as energy surged. Yongkai wanted to go around the battlefield, but at this moment, a low voice suddenly came into his ears. Earth sword, falling thunder. The voice was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds. In the sky over there, a blue lightning bolt suddenly cut across the sky and shot towards a certain place. His expression changed and he quickly looked in that direction. Chapter 2471. Earth Sword Falling Thunder was a secret technique, and it was a secret technique that Yongkai knew. This secret technique was divided into 3 moves: Human Sword Revolving Annihilation, Earth Sword Falling Thunder, and Heaven Sword Star Shattering. Each move was stronger than the last, and the combined power of the 3 moves was infinite. And the one who cultivated this secret technique was Xiao Bai-Yi of Azure Sun Temple. Yongkai had fought with Xiao Bai-Yi in the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm and had experienced the power of this secret technique, so it was still fresh in his memory. Now that he saw someone using this secret technique in the Origin Sea, his attention was immediately drawn to it. When he turned his head, a figure in white fluttering in the chaotic battlefield suddenly came into view. Who else could it be but Xiao Bai-Yi? This guy had always been wearing a white robe since Yongkai met him, looking chic and cold, but at this moment, he seemed to be in a bad situation and was being besieged. His white robe was stained with red blood, which was very dazzling. And with him was another figure that Yongkai was familiar with, Murong Xiao Xiao. These 2 elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple were standing on top of a small island at this moment, back to back, each casting a secret technique to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The island they were on was not big, just enough for the 2 of them to settle down. Both of them were elites among elites. After not seeing each other for a few years, both of them had reached the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, but they were outnumbered and in an extremely difficult situation. Xiao Baiyi's body spurted blood from time to time, while Murong Xiao Zhao's hair was messy and her clothes were wet with sweat, clinging to her exquisite and plump body. When Yongkai saw this scene, he found that the people besieging them did not block the space. In other words, Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao still had a chance to escape. However, the 2 of them had no intention of escaping. One of them looked cold and determined, while the other looked angry and indignant. They stood their ground and unleashed their power. They were fighting for territory. Yongkai could tell at a glance that the territories occupied by Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao had obviously been targeted by this group of people, so these people had come to snatch them. Yongkai guessed that they wanted to rely on their numbers to bully Murong Xiao Xiao, but after fighting, they realized that Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao were not easy to provoke. The gap that was deliberately left open was for Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao to escape. Besieging a city was a necessity, so they did not want to engage in a life or death battle and only wanted to force the 2 of them away. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao had no intention of escaping, causing the battle to reach its climax. Yongkai quickly turned around and ran in that direction. He was, after all, a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting had taken care of him in every possible way, and he had some friendship with Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao, so how could they not help him when he encountered such a situation? Seemingly aware of Yongkai's actions, one of the long-faced old men who was besieging Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao said, "I'll give you one last chance, leave or not." Murong Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth. She shouted, "You want to take our place? Unless you kill us." Xiao Bai-Yi did not say a word, but the long sword in his hand blossomed like a flower, his fierce murderous intent giving a silent answer. "Good, there is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you want to throw yourself into it. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless." While speaking, the long-faced old man gestured to the others with a gloomy expression on his face, obviously not willing to delay any longer. It was time to end this quickly. The others understood tacitly. Their momentum changed, and their attacks became much more decisive and fierce. Both Xiao Bai-Yi and Murong Xiao Zhao's faces sank as they felt immense pressure. The long-faced old man himself flickered and greeted Yongkai, cupping his fists from afar and saying, "The Western Territories Pointed Star Sect is handling some matters. Friend, please give us some face and take a detour." "Oh, you're from Pointed Star Sect?" Yang Kai not only did not stop, but also sped up with a look of joy on his face. Yes, Your Excellency is? When the long-faced old man heard Yang Kai say this, he thought that Yang Kai was also a cultivator from the Western Territory and could not help but look at him suspiciously, wanting to know which sect he came from. Yang Kai said with a smile, I'm from King of Hell's Palace. King of Hell's Palace? The long-faced old man had a suspicious look on his face because no matter how he thought about it, there was no sect called King of Hell's Palace in the Western Territory. But soon, he reacted and his face sank. Your Excellency, are you playing with this old master? How could a sect use a name like King of Hell's Palace that could easily provoke hatred? Obviously, Yang Kai was just making things up. Yang Kai grinned and said, How could that be? I'm really from King of Hell's Palace. At this point, his face sank and he said in a deep voice, King of Hell sent me to take your dog lives. The long-faced old man's face changed and he shouted, You're courting death, boy. He urged the source chi in his body and quickly formed a mysterious seal with his hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to give Yang Kai a show of strength. But to his horror, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. This strange scene shocked the old man because he did not know how Yang Kai disappeared at all. In an instant, a chill came from the soles of his feet, and he could not help but wonder if he had really seen a ghost. But before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of him again. But at this time, Yang Kai was only 3 inches away from him, and their faces were almost touching. See, the long-faced old man sucked in a breath of cold air, and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. At the same time, source chi surged out from his body, turning into a visible barrier that lingered around his body as a form of protection. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sly grin as a white lotus bud appeared in his left eye and disappeared in a flash. Blossoming lotus. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai's divine sense had greatly increased while subduing the mountains and rivers Bell. Now, he could use this soul secret technique more skillfully and freely, and its power seemed to be much greater than before. The white lotus bud instantly turned into a mysterious force that tore through the long-faced old man's divine sense defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea. The long-faced old man, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly froze in place, his eyes glazing over as a look of pain appeared on his face. In his vision, all that was left was the white lotus bud, which quickly bloomed and swallowed his body and mind. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch, and under the violent eruption of power, the long-faced old man directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind as he fell towards the source sea. Ah! Exclamations suddenly sounded as the people who were besieging Xiaobai and Murong Xiao were all horrified when they saw this scene. Although the long-faced old man was a little older, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Western Territory's pointed star sects, Dao Source Realm Cultivator, he was ranked in the top 3, but such a person was defeated by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with a single punch, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Just now, he told them to end this quickly. So how did he suddenly die? Could the person who killed him be from the Emperor Realm? Although there were not many people from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, there were still quite a few of them. The bloody scene of the old man's death scared the Pointed Star sect disciples out of their wits, and the suspicion in their hearts made them tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards them with a cold smile on his face, how could they dare to continue staying in place? They all left Xiaobai and Murong Xiao and turned to flee. At this moment, they did not even have the courage to avenge the old man, and only wanted to escape from this place to save their lives. Condense. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clenched it, and under the surge of space principles, the space in front of him instantly solidified. The few people who were fleeing in a hurry widened their eyes in horror, only to find that their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were cold. Xiaobai and Murong Xiao were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The two of them still did not know who secretly helped them, and they did not have time to check the appearance of the person who came. The anger they had been suppressing at the hands of these Pointed Star sect disciples could finally be released at this moment. Human sword. revolving annihilation, earth sword, falling thunder, heavenly sword, shattering star. Xiao Bai's long sword suddenly unleashed three secret techniques at the same time. And when the three swords combined into one, the ferocious power caused even the world to tremble. Although Murong Xiao Xiao was a woman and gave Yang Kai the impression of gentleness and elegance, she showed no mercy at this moment. She summoned a pair of heavenly feather rings, and in an instant, one divided into two, two divided into four, and four divided into 8, layer by layer, shrouding the pointed star sect disciples. Screams rang out one after another. The pointed star sect disciples only wanted to escape and had no fighting spirit, so after being suddenly bound by Yang Kai, they could not even resist. As soon as the two great disciples of Azure Sun Temple attacked, these people fell like straws. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and broken limbs. In less than 10 breaths, several pointed star sect disciples died on the spot, and their bodies fell into the source sea. Star seals shot out from the backs of these people's hands, flying towards Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao, and were quickly divided up by the two. "Thank you, brother, for your help." "Hey, it's Brother Yang." Murong Xiao Xiao turned around and wanted to thank him, but when she saw Yang Kai's face, she immediately cried out in joy. She was still wondering who had helped her and Xiao Bai, but she did not expect it to be Yang Kai. Xiao Bai didn't say a word, just turning his head to look at Yang Kai with an expression that seemed to say, "I've already guessed it." After all, when he fought with Yang Kai in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Kai used his Space Force, so when he noticed the fluctuation of Space Force just now, Xiao Bai guessed that Yang Kai had come. Now that he turned his head, he found that he was right. "Miss Murong, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become even more beautiful." Yang Kai flew in front of the two with a smile and greeted Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao blushed and stomped her feet. "Brother Yang, you're making fun of me." "I'm not making fun of you. I'm just telling the truth," Yang Kai said solemnly. Murong Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder. Chapter 2472. Xiao Bai suddenly snorted coldly, "Flirting with my junior sister in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf or blind?" Yang Kai turned his head with a smile and said, "Xiao Bai, long time no see." Xiao Bai's face went black as he said, "I said, my name is Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai, not Xiao Bai." The veins on his forehead bulged, obviously extremely annoyed by the name of Xiao Bai. After a pause, he said with a sullen face, "I heard that you are also a disciple of the temple. Although you entered the temple late, on the road of martial Tao, those who have reached the top are first. If you don't want to call me by my full name, you can call me Junior Brother Xiao. I don't want to hear the word Xiao Bai again." "I know, Junior Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai grinned. Xiao Bai's face suddenly turned white with anger. Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and snickered, "Brother Yang, did you come to help because you saw our message?" "Message?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Murong Xiao Xiao asked curiously, "Brother Yang didn't see it?" Yang Kai said, "I don't have your communication beads or communication artifacts. How could I see?" Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took it out of his space ring. This was a golden token. It was the Azure Sun golden token that Gao Shueting had given him in Maplewood City. The holder of this Azure Sun golden token was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there were only a few disciples who possessed such a token. However, Yang Kai had never used this Azure Sun golden token since he obtained it, nor did he have the opportunity to use it. He probed it with his divine sense. Only then did he understand what Murong Xiao Xiao meant. This Azure Sun golden token had the function of a communication artifact. It allowed the disciples to communicate with each other because at this moment, there was only one message left in the token. It was the message that Murong Xiao Xiao had sent not long ago. Seeing his expression, Murong Xiao Xiao knew that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you should check the information in the golden token more often in the future because you never know when you will come across a message left behind by your junior brother or junior sister." "I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded and put away the Azure Sun golden token. Although he did not receive Murong Xiao Xiao's message in time, he did not receive it. However, He had come here by accident and saved her and Xiao Baiyi. Where is Xiaosheng? Why don't I see him? Yang Kai looked around and asked suspiciously. Since Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were together, there was no reason for Xiaosheng not to be here, but there was no trace of Xiaosheng here, and no one knew where he had gone. Xiao Baiyi said, Big brother separated from us 2 months ago, saying that he was looking for a place to break through. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, Oh? Xiaosheng is going to break through to the Emperor realm? Murong Xiao said with a worried expression, Big brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It's just that he hasn't had an opportunity. This time, he finally came to the Shattered Star Sea and hurriedly went to prepare. Then why didn't you follow him? Yang Kai frowned. Since Xiaosheng wanted to break through to the Emperor realm, he definitely needed someone to protect him. Otherwise, if he encountered a sneak attack, he would not be able to resist. Xiao Baiyi sighed, he wouldn't let us. We secretly followed him for a few days, but he managed to get rid of us using the cicada shedding carapace. Got rid of? Yang Kai's face darkened, but thinking about Xiaosheng's character, it was possible that he would do such a thing. It seemed that Xiaosheng did not have much confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. If he really had a lot of confidence, he would not have secretly prepared by himself and left his junior brother and junior sister behind. It was precisely because he was not sure that he would fall under the world energy baptism that he did not want Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to follow him, lest they see a shadow in their hearts. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were also in the third order Dao Source realm. If they really had a shadow in their hearts because of Xiaosheng, it was very likely that they would never be able to break through in the future. Yang Kai thought of this, and Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao undoubtedly also thought of this. So both of them looked anxious and uneasy. Seeing this, Yang Kai quickly comforted them. Xiaosheng has a strong foundation, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for him to break through. Along the way, I have already met people who have successfully broken through. Since others can do it, so can Xiaosheng. You don't have to worry too much. I hope so. Xiao Baiyi also knew that there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only pray that Xiaosheng would be blessed. Brother Yang, you came here to find a place to refine source strength, right? Murong Xiao asked. Yes, I happened to pass by here and found that the situation here was strange, so I came to have a look. Murong Xiao smiled and said, This is the famous Source Sea. Once you find this place, you don't have to go anywhere else to find source strength. Brother Yang, you can stay here and absorb the source strength with Brother Xiao. This place is just enough for 2 people. What about you? Yang Kai asked. This island was not big, only enough for 2 people. If Yang Kai stayed, there would definitely be no space for Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao smiled gently and said, I'll stand guard for you. Xiao Baiyi said, The 3 of us can take turns. It just so happens that one of us can watch from the side to avoid being sneak attacked. Yang Kai thought for a while, but shook his head and said, No, it's hard to find such an opportunity. You 2 just stay here and absorb the source strength. I'll go somewhere else to look for it. If there are any blind people looking for trouble, remember to send me a message and I'll rush over as soon as possible. Murong Xiao said, But there are no other places here. So many people are fighting for territory. No place? Yang Kai's face turned black when he heard this. Xiao Baiyi also said, Basically, there's no place left. We also searched for a long time before we found a place to settle down, but we were targeted by those people before we could even find a place to stay. It's useless for you to continue looking unless what? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Murong Xiao bit her red lips and said, Unless Brother Yang has the Emperor Realm's cultivation. Why does it have to be the Emperor Realm's cultivation? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Xiao Baiyi explained, In this source sea, the deeper you go, the richer the source strength is, and the easier it is to absorb and refine it. So, the deeper you go, the higher the cultivator's cultivation. Haven't you noticed along the way that the cultivator's cultivation at the edge is not very high? Yang Kai heard this, thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed as he said, but he still asked curiously, What does this have to do with the Emperor Realm? Xiao Baiyi said, Because in the deepest part, where the source strength is the richest, There are several cultivators from the Emperor realm who occupy a large area. People who are not from the Emperor realm are not allowed to get close. Many people who accidentally wandered in were killed by them. So overbearing. Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. Murong Xiao Xiao said, although there are many places to settle down there, and the source strength is relatively richer, no one dares to go there. Brother Yang, you must not go there, or your life will be in danger. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded and did not explain too much to her. He was really not afraid of the newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor realm. Even Feng Xian, who used soul descent, was killed by him. So how could these newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea make him afraid? But I still want to look for them, if I really can't find them. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before grinning sinisterly. I can go and snatch one. Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai broke out in cold sweat when they heard this, but thinking about the strength Yang Kai just showed, they were not too worried. Yang Kai's strength seemed to have surpassed the level of the Tao's source realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to blow up the long-faced old man from Pointed Star sect with one punch. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Xiao Bai saw that he could not dissuade him, so he could only exhort. You have to be careful too. If there is any trouble, remember to send me a message. Yang Kai said, then cupped his fists to the two, turned around, and flew towards the deepest part of the Source Sea. Looking at his back, Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao were silent. After a long time, Xiao Bai said, hurry up and refine it. Don't miss this opportunity. Murong Xiao Xiao nodded, and the two immediately sat down cross-legged. While flying, Yang Kai took out his Azure Sun golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. This way, he could sense the fluctuations of a message immediately. Before, he had been keeping it in his space ring, so he could not detect it at all. Along the way, the source strength became richer and richer. Yang Kai did not know how far he had flown, but he knew that along the way, he could see many Tao source realm cultivators sitting cross-legged on the islands below, refining and absorbing source strength. However, after a certain moment, no one could be seen anymore. Even if there were some empty islands below, there was no one occupying them. Instead, on those empty islands, there were some extremely miserable corpses lying there, as if they were a warning to those who came later. Yang Kai understood that these should be the masterpieces of the few people from the Emperor realm who occupied the best spots. Although this method was bloody, it was extremely effective because the people who died were the top Tao source realm cultivators in the star boundary. Even their corpses were left here, so those who came later would definitely have to weigh their own abilities. If it were anyone else, they would have turned around and left immediately after seeing such a scene. But Yang Kai turned a blind eye and continued to rumble forward, not intending to hide at all. At a certain moment, a burst of Emperor intent suddenly shrouded him from somewhere below. Although this Emperor intent was not too pure or surging, it was still Emperor intent, which coincided with the heavenly way. Yang Kai's flying body paused slightly, and his breathing became a little irregular. A Tao source realm trash dares to come here? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. A low voice sounded, and immediately, from somewhere in the source sea below, a huge blood-red palm slapped towards Yang Kai. This palm was not only huge, but it also exuded a very strong bloody smell, as if it was formed from blood. It was extremely fierce and nauseating. Chapter 2473. Seeing that the blood-red palm was about to reach him, Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the source chi in his body, sending out a similarly huge palm print to meet it. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk with a loud explosion. The wind and clouds changed and energy overflowed. In just a moment, the two palms disappeared, as if they had never existed. Yang Kai stood still like a mountain, quietly standing in place. Somewhere down below, there was a soft sound of surprise. A pure divine sense swept over and scanned Yang Kai back and forth, probably trying to see if he was hiding his cultivation. But no matter what, Yang Kai was still a Tao source realm cultivator. This shocked the man from the Emperor realm who attacked Yang Kai. He really hadn't met a Tao source realm cultivator who could take a palm strike from him. Although it hadn't been long since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had already killed 7 or 8 Tao source realm cultivators in the depths of the Source Sea. No matter who it was, They were all killed by a single palm strike from him. The difference in strength between an Emperor realm and a Tao Source realm cultivator was like heaven and earth. But when it came to Yang Kai, it did not work. Not only did it not hurt him, it did not even make him move. The man was secretly shocked. He did not know where Yang Kai came from to have such terrifying strength. He was not this strong when he was in the Tao Source realm. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This one is just passing by and just wants to find a place to stay. Friend, you don't have to be so enthusiastic, do you?" His divine sense also swept over the man from the Emperor realm who attacked him. This guy had red hair, as if it was made of blood. His whole body exuded an extremely violent and bloody aura. Yang Kai did not know which sect he came from or what kind of evil arts he cultivated. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of him, there was no hatred between them. So Yang Kai did not want to fight if he could. The red-haired young man looked up at Yang Kai and was silent for a long time before saying, "Go, don't appear within 1,000 kilometers of me." "Many thanks." Yang Kai chuckled. He cupped his fists at him and left. However, after listening to this man, Yang Kai also understood why several people from the Emperor realm could occupy a large area with the richest source strength. This guy alone occupied 1,000 kilometers, so if there were a few more from the Emperor realm like him, where else would there be a place for others? However, there was no reason in this world. If you were strong, you could be unscrupulous. If any Tao Source realm cultivator who dared to disobey him, they would end up like the corpses on the island. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was already more than 2,000 kilometers away from the red-haired youth, but he still couldn't find a place to settle down because he discovered that some of the small islands that originally existed in the depths of this place had been destroyed by the Emperor realm masters who came here first. They obviously didn't want to leave a place for the latecomers to absorb the source energy, so they did such a tyrannical thing. An earth-shattering spear light suddenly rumbled from below. It pierced through the void. Ignoring the barriers of space, it instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. The piercing cold spear intent pierced through Yang Kai's skin, causing him to feel pain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sensing the power of this spear intent, he didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and took out the myriad sword, slashing it out. The dazzling sword ray came across and collided with the spear ray, creating a loud sound. A trivial Tao Source realm cultivator can actually take this young master's blow? How strange. Only then did someone's voice come out from below. Like the red-haired young man from before, he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "You people from the Emperor realm, it's fine if you occupy such a large area, but why do you have to sneak up on everyone? Do you have any shame?" The man laughed. "Those who dare to come here without strength can only die." He paused for a moment, then said, "You can come here. Did you pass Chi Gui's test?" Yang Kai's heart moved. "You mean that red-haired young man?" "Yes. He was the same as you, despicably sneak-attacking me, but I blocked it and let me go." Yang Kai snorted unhappily. "No wonder." The man nodded lightly, but after a moment, waved his hand and said, "You can go. Since Chi Gui let you in, it means you are a promising talent. I won't attack you." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. This man spoke as if letting him in was a special favor. He even boasted shamelessly that he was a promising talent. His tone was bigger than the heavens. "How many more from the Emperor realm are there? Are they all going to attack me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. If that was the case, then he didn't have to hide his strength. He could just fight his way through and avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this man's face changed faster than flipping a book, coldly saying, "Boy, you talk too much. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't want to, then I'll make you stay." Yang Kai snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and flew deeper into the Origin Sea. But this time, he changed his previous low-key attitude and directly stimulated his source chi, making it extremely eye-catching. He believed that as long as those from the Emperor realm were not too focused on absorbing source chi, they should be able to sense his existence from far away. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai was so confident and high-profile, but along the way, although he felt the aura of 2 more people from the Emperor realm, they did not attack him again. They just used their divine sense to scan him and then ignored him. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Half an hour later, his eyes lit up and he flew down to a certain place. Below it, there was a good place to rest. Furthermore, it was extremely spacious, with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It was rare to see such a large place to settle down in the source sea because the islets here were not really islets. For some unknown reason, they were not only few in number but also small in size. For example, the place that Kai Yang had found could accommodate up to 100 people and not feel crowded. After Yang Kai landed, he glanced around and was very satisfied with this place. He wanted to ask Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao to come and join him, but thinking about the methods of those from the Emperor realm before, Yang Kai decided against it. Unless he went out and brought them in, with Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao's current strength, there was no way they could pass. After sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai tried to absorb the source qi here and was soon overjoyed because the source qi here was much purer and richer than in other places. It seemed to be easier to absorb. For any cultivator, this was simply a blessed place for cultivation. He did not rush to refine and absorb the source qi, but instead released his divine sense to check the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there was no one. With a wave of his hand, a behemoth appeared beside him. The huge figure seemed to be holding up the sky and stepping on the ground. The moment it appeared, the small island sank slightly. Embodiment. Yang Kai generally did not summon his embodiment out of the small sealed world because the embodiment's body was too big and it was not very convenient to move around. Summoning it required too much divine sense. But now was a good time to summon it out. There was no one here, so there was no need to worry about the strange existence of the embodiment being discovered. Moreover, there was so much source qi here that Yang Kai could not absorb it all by himself. Summoning the embodiment would also give him some benefits. Previously, the embodiment told him that his cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck may be related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law he cultivated. Now that he was here to absorb and refine the source qi, he might have a chance to break through that bottleneck. There was no need to communicate with him. As soon as the embodiment came out, it knew what Yang Kai was thinking. It carefully sat down cross-legged and silently circulated its secret art. The embodiment also knew the star refining art. In the past, he used the star refining art to refine the source qi of the floating continent, and thus merge with the floating continent to form a huge body. The star refining art was a secret art that specialized in refining source qi, while the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law devoured everything. When these two heaven-defying secret arts collided, Yang Kai was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing sparks would be created. After summoning the embodiment, Yang Kai did not stop. He formed a few seals with his hands and pointed at the sealed world bead, opening a gap in the small sealed world so that the sealed world bead could absorb the source qi here to its heart's content. He wanted to make up for the world principles of the sealed world bead, so he could only pin his hopes on source qi. After observing silently for a moment, Yang Kai found that the source qi in the source sea was being crazily devoured by the small sealed world. Only then did he close his eyes and concentrate, urging the star refining art to refine the source qi himself. In an instant, this vast island seemed to have become a source of source qi devouring. The embodiment urged the star refining art, and its huge body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much source qi came, it could quickly absorb, refine, and absorb it. Needless to say, the sealed world bead was even more terrifying than the embodiment when it came to devouring source qi. Compared with them, Yang Kai's movements were like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the speed at which he refined source qi with the star refining art was not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. As time passed, the commotion here grew larger and more terrifying. Constant rumbling sounds could be heard as the source strength in the source sea was sucked into the source sea and then disappeared. The vast source sea was driven by this magical force and slowly flowed towards the island where Yang Kai was located. The movements here seemed to have affected the entire source sea, but Yang Kai, the initiator, seemed to be unaware of it. Slowly, the cultivator absorbing and refining at the edge of the source sea found that something was wrong because they were surprised to see that the source sea seemed to be getting smaller. They were still a little distance away from the edge, but gradually, the distance was getting closer and closer until the source sea was completely away from them. It was as if the entire origin sea was receding, leaving them on the beach even if they did not move from their origin sea. This discovery surprised many martial artists. They did not know why this was the case. Chapter 2474. The decrease in the size of the source sea also caused many cultivators to fight for territory again. For a time, the scene at the edge of the source sea was chaotic. Although this situation had not spread to the depths, it was conceivable that as time passed, the cultivator who was originally in the depths would encounter similar situations and eventually be unable to stay out of it. At the same time, on a broken star far away from the source sea, it seemed that a great battle had just taken place here. The surface of the cold star was in a mess, and the chaotic energy fluctuations had not subsided for a long time. A man and a woman were lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they could not move. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in horror at a middle-aged man standing not far in front of them. This middle-aged man was burly and had a bold appearance. He exuded an extremely uncomfortable aura, and his eyes were shining with a divine light that made people shudder. There were also several deep wounds on his body. His flesh was torn open, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed all over the ground, looking extremely shocking. However, this middle-aged man did not feel any pain at all. Not only that, he even seemed to enjoy this feeling very much as he grinned hideously. "You, who the hell are you?" The man lying on the ground was pale as he exclaimed in horror. The middle-aged man glanced sideways at him and snorted, "Why do you know so much when you're about to die? You want to kill us?" The man was shocked when he heard this and said angrily, "My brother and sister have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this?" Originally, the two of them were absorbing the origin energy here and were doing well. They did not expect this middle-aged man to suddenly descend from the sky and attack them without saying a word. The two of them relied on their advantage in numbers, so they weren't too afraid and began to fight with him. Who would have thought that the result would be extremely unexpected? Their brother and sister were no match for this guy at all. Although this middle-aged man was only in the third-order Tao Source realm and had not broken through to the Emperor realm. However, this young man's strength was not at the level of a Tao Source realm cultivator at all. In just a few moves, he had knocked them to the ground and used some kind of strange secret technique to render him and his junior sister completely immobile. "You're wrong." The middle-aged man smiled strangely. That smile made one's hair stand on end. He said indifferently, "I'm not going to kill you." "You won't kill us?" The woman's heart relaxed upon hearing this, and she squeezed out a smile as she said, "Mister, please don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, everything is negotiable." When the man from before heard this, his eyes bulged as he looked at her in astonishment, whispering, "Junior sister, you?" It was as if this was the first time he had met his junior sister. He had never thought that she would actually say such words to a strange man. There was a sharp pain in the depths of his heart. "Anything is negotiable?" The middle-aged man smiled. His gaze shifted to the woman. The woman forced a smile and said, "Mister, you can do anything you want, as long as you don't kill me." When that brother heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. The middle-aged man laughed evilly. "What if I want to eat you?" When that brother heard this, his face turned pale. What he was afraid of really happened, but he also knew that he had to lower his head under the eaves. If his junior sister was willing to sell her body and appearance so that they could live, it was not unacceptable. After all, it was most important to live. If they died, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. "Eat me." A trace of blush appeared on the woman's face as she said hesitantly, "Then you have to be gentle." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be extremely excited. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, don't be fooled by this king's appearance. This king is a gentle person." As he spoke, he walked towards the woman step by step. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, "Not here. Can we find a more remote place?" Although she was willing to give herself to him, She was still under the eyes of her brother after all, so she was a little embarrassed. She just wanted this middle-aged man to take her to a place where there was no one. As long as she could survive, she would let him do whatever he wanted. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "It's the same wherever we are." He seemed to have some perverted hobbies and insisted on doing what he wanted to do in front of her brother. The woman understood tacitly and couldn't help but glance at the senior brother worriedly, only to find that her senior brother had his eyes closed and his head turned to the side, but his body was trembling incessantly, seeming to be extremely angry. The woman knew that her brother must be in a bad mood, but now that their lives were at stake, she couldn't comfort him and could only grit her teeth and accept her fate. The middle-aged man walked in front of her and looked down at her condescendingly. His fiery eyes were not concealed in the slightest, as if he wanted to melt this woman. The woman's heart trembled, knowing that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. "Children, don't look, close your eyes," the middle-aged man ordered lightly. The woman sighed and obediently closed her eyes, but she felt funny in her heart. Although she looked young, she was not a child. It was not like she didn't understand the matters between men and women. This man's hobbies were really strange. Only then did the middle-aged man reach out and suck her over. He directly wrapped his arms around her soft and boneless waist and hugged her tightly. The woman was a little breathless in an instant and couldn't help but moan. She could clearly feel that the middle-aged man's breathing had become hurried, and that boiling hot air was blowing on her neck, causing her body to go soft and her cheeks to burn for no reason. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a voice that made her hair stand on end. Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if she had been bitten by a fierce beast. The woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly opened her eyes and turned her head. The scene of being molested and desecrated didn't happen as expected. Instead, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red, his head tilted, and his mouth bit his own neck, swallowing his own blood with gurgling sounds. Not only that, the middle-aged man seemed to have used some strange secret art, and the woman clearly felt that her vitality and cultivation were quickly draining away. "Ah!" The woman screamed in fright. Only now did she know that the middle-aged man's words before were not what she thought. He was really going to eat people. "Senior Marshal brother, save me," she cried out in terror. On the other side, her brother, who had closed his eyes and endured the shame in his heart, also noticed the abnormality and quickly turned his head. What he saw shocked him, because at this moment, the man was biting his junior sister's pink and slender neck, and his Adam's apple was constantly squirming as he swallowed her blood. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his junior sister's beautiful face was rapidly aging, and even her beautiful hair was turning white. "Brother, save me," the woman shouted again. Lying on the ground, her brother was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He did not respond at all. Staring at this horrible scene in a daze, he only felt cold all over. "Senior, brother." In less than 5 breaths of time, the woman looked haggard, and her whole body was surrounded by death chi. After spitting out these 2 words with difficulty, the light in her eyes became cloudy and lifeless. She died just like that. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pushed her body aside. Reaching out, he touched the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath, revealing a look of ecstasy. The terrible wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they had been restored to their original state. His skin became even better than a newborn baby's. This? The brother had been scared silly by the scene just now and had no idea what he had just seen. Seeing the middle-aged man looking at him, he hurriedly said, "Master, please spare me, master." The tragic death of his junior sister kept flashing in front of his eyes, and he did not want to die like that. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and just stretched out a hand toward him from afar, shouting in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor technique." Circulating his secret art, an extremely terrifying suction force came from the palm of the middle-aged man's hand. The brother lying on the ground felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but cry out loudly, but the vitality and strength in his body uncontrollably rushed toward the middle-aged man and was absorbed by him. "If you kill me, my eldest brother will not let you go. My eldest brother has already advanced to the Emperor realm." The man lying on the ground shouted, trying to make the middle-aged man hesitate. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man sneered and said, "The Emperor realm? So what? This king has not eaten the Emperor realm yet. If your eldest brother really comes to avenge you, this king doesn't mind sending him to meet you. You, madman, madman, you will die a horrible death." The man was grief-stricken. After gritting his teeth and cursing a few times, his voice gradually weakened and he followed in his junior sister's footsteps. 2 star seals flew out from the 2 corpses and imprinted on the back of the middle-aged man's hand. The star seal of this middle-aged man was the same 7-pointed one as Yang Kai's, but its light was even stronger than Yang Kai's. It seemed to be showing signs of being promoted to an 8-pointed star seal, which showed how many people he had killed in the Shattered Star Sea. After killing the 2, the middle-aged man stood in place and silently sensed for a while. Suddenly, his expression became violent. He raised his hands high and roared to the sky, not feeling the slightest joy after killing, but furious. After a long time, the roar subsided. With a gloomy face, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Bottleneck, bottleneck. Why can't this king advance to the Emperor realm? 700 years. This king has worked hard for 700 years. But why can't I break through? Damn heaven, why are you so unfair? I refuse to accept this." After cursing for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash. None of you can withstand the backlash of your secret art. You are not even as talented as this king. All of you are trash." While cursing, he wantonly released his power, blasting the surroundings into a mess. No one knew what was wrong with him. Chapter 2475. At a certain moment, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. His eyes widened, and his originally furious mood suddenly calmed down and was replaced by excitement. His body even began to tremble. "Ha ha ha ha." He suddenly laughed loudly. "The seed has matured. Finally, a seed has matured." Who? He shouted crazily for a while, unable to control his excitement. Soon, he summoned a warship and rumbled towards the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. Judging from the direction he was flying, he was actually heading towards the Source Sea. Time continued to pass by. Although Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him and planned to immediately withdraw his embodiment and sealed world bead once he found someone approaching him, he did not delay his absorption and refinement at all. The sealed world bead and embodiment also absorbed more and more fiercely, causing Yang Kai to tremble with fear. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. The area of the Source Sea had shrunk significantly compared to the beginning, and not only that, but the origin energy contained in the remaining Source Sea was also countless times thinner than before. Not only did the cultivator at the edge discover the problem, but even the cultivator in the depths also discovered the problem. The deepest part of the Source Sea was the territory occupied by the Emperor realm. The red-haired young man who had attacked Yang Kai earlier suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. He saw a man standing alone in the air, looking at him coldly. The red-haired young man grinned and looked back fearlessly. "You're not the one behind this?" The man looked at the red-haired young man for a while. He suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. The red-haired young man pondered. He said, "I also want to know who's behind this." The two looked at each other and then turned their eyes in the same direction. The red-haired young man said, "The source strength seems to be flowing in that direction." The man nodded and said with a solemn expression, "That direction is where Hyoji is." Hyoji. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that this Hyoji had a great background. Even as the ruler of the Emperor realm, he didn't dare to treat them lightly. "Do you want to go and take a look?" the person asked. The red-haired youth smiled disdainfully and said, "So this is the reason you came to me? Are all the cultivator in your southern territory so cowardly?" The man snorted but didn't deny it. He only said, Hyoji is the son of the great emperors after all. The red-haired youth sneered. Isn't there also a son of the great emperors in your southern territory? Why don't you look for her instead of this young master? That person said, she's not in the emperor realm yet, so it's useless to look for her. If you're scared, I'll go and check it out myself. Who says I'm scared? The red-haired youth said angrily. He stood up as he spoke. He said fiercely, how dare you steal this young master's origin power? Even if it's the son of the great emperors, I'll spit it out. He flew up and flew in the direction of Hyoji. Seeing this, the other person hurriedly followed. Not long after, the two of them suddenly discovered an unusual situation. Not far away, on a vast island, there were 3 newly ascended rulers of the Emperor realm gathered. Not only that, Hyoji, who they were looking for, was also among them. And standing in front of the 3 rulers of the Emperor realm was a young man from the Third Order Dao Source realm. It was unknown what these 4 people were doing at this moment. They were staring at each other, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. And what surprised the 2 of them was that the young man from the Third Order Dao Source realm didn't change his expression when facing the 3 rulers of the Emperor realm. There was no fear at all. It's him. The red-haired youth couldn't help but exclaim softly. The other person asked in astonishment, do you know him? The red-haired youth's face darkened as he replied, this guy passed by this young master's place half a month ago and took a blow from this young master without suffering any injuries. Hearing this, the other person's face changed slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. The red-haired youth said, this young master didn't hold back. This person is quite interesting. If he can break through to the Emperor realm, his future will be limitless. I don't know which territory he is from, but he's not from my eastern territory. The other person didn't answer, but the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the young man in the Dao Source realm. Let's go down and take a look. The red-haired youth called out and took the lead to fly towards the island. On the island, Yang Kai had a look of displeasure on his face. Just as he was enjoying absorbing the source strength, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching him. In a panic, he hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and his embodiment. But before he could react, 3 people from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared in front of him, all of them staring at him with gloomy faces, as if they wanted to eat him alive. These 3 people from the Emperor realm had undoubtedly just broken through in the Shattered Star Sea, so it seemed that their realms were unstable, but in the end, they were from the Emperor realm, so they had the dignity of a master. Yang Kai could more or less guess why they came to find him. It was nothing more than him making too much of a commotion by absorbing the source strength here, so others noticed it and came to check on the situation. This was inevitable. Yang Kai didn't expect the sealed world bead and his embodiment to be able to make such a big commotion. Holding on for half a month was already beyond his expectations. In this half a month, whether it was the embodiment, the sealed world bead, or Yang Kai himself, all of them had obtained unimaginable benefits. Perhaps all the cultivator in the entire Source Sea combined would not be able to absorb as much source strength as he did. At this moment, the source strength contained in the Source Sea had also shrunk significantly and was no longer as rich as before. 2 more people flew over and landed directly on the side. Yang Kai glanced at them and his eyes suddenly lit up. He greeted one of them, "Hey, Brother Wu Chong, long time no see." He had some impression of the red-haired young man. Half a month ago, he was attacked by this red-haired young man. This person seemed to be called Chi Gue, and the person who came with Chi Gue was Wu Chong of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, one of the top rising stars in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai was not surprised that Wu Chong could advance to the Emperor realm, but he was a little surprised to meet him here. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Chi Gue immediately turned to look at Wu Chong and asked, "Do you know this boy?" "I don't know him. I've never seen him before." "Don't ask me," Wu Chong said with a cold face. Although he had no grudges with Yang Kai, there was no friendship between them. At this moment, Yang Kai looked like he had angered everyone, so Wu Chong did not want to have anything to do with him. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Why is Brother Wu Chong so heartless? Back in the Four Seasons realm, we cooperated well and the ending was a happy one. Even if Brother Wu Chong does not care about our old friendship, you don't have to be so cold." Wu Chong said angrily, "What cooperation? It was nothing more than a mutually willing transaction. Why are you making it sound so nice? Yang Kai grinned and said, a transaction is also a cooperation. Didn't Brother Wu Cheng benefit from it? You being able to advance to the Emperor realm so quickly is more or less due to me, right? Xia Shang is still working hard to prepare for his breakthrough. He looked at Wu Cheng with scorching eyes, implying something. Wu Cheng naturally knew that he was talking about the extraordinary treasure pill and immediately snorted coldly. A transaction is a transaction. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. Brother Wu Cheng, you might as well change your name to Wu Qing. Yang Kai said disappointedly. Qi Gue, who was standing to the side, asked in surprise, boy, speak clearly. What did you trade that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm? The other three from the Emperor realm who had arrived first also showed interested looks. Although they had all broken through now and might not need that mysterious thing, how could something that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm be ordinary? If they could obtain some of it, it would be of great benefit to their sect. Which one of these people from the Emperor realm was not a descendant of a top master? Naturally, they had the support of a great sect behind them. What kind of boy is this? Yang Kai's face sank as he glared at Qi Gue. You red-headed ghost really don't like the way you speak. You actually called me red-headed ghost? Qi Gue's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The others were also shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. After all, among the 6 people here, only Yang Kai was a Dao Source Realm cultivator while the others were all Emperor Realm masters. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear and instead spoke with confidence. He was not even polite when speaking to Qi Gue. This was too shocking. One of the 3 from the Emperor Realm laughed and said, Qi Gue, you are being looked down upon. Qi Gue glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression before snorting. It's not that this young master is being looked down upon. It's that he doesn't look down upon himself. Everyone heard this and understood that Qi Gue was saying that Yang Kai did not feel inferior just because his cultivation was lower, so he spoke without the slightest scruple. I heard that he took a blow from you before? The young man in the black suit spoke again. Qi Gue snorted. That's right. This young master's attack with 70% of his strength was completely blocked by him. Oh? Another young man surrounded by black chi raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was trying to get to know him again. 70% of Qi Gue's strength was not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could take. Even the best Dao Source Realm cultivators would definitely be seriously injured, but Qi Gue actually said that Yang Kai had completely blocked it. The meaning of this was intriguing. Haha, it seems that the people from your Ahan temple are only SOSO. The young man in the black suit laughed. Qi Gue was immediately unhappy and said angrily, you speak as if you can do anything to him. Don't tell me this little brat didn't pass through your territory. The young man in the black suit suddenly curled his lips. This person was the one from the Emperor realm who had sent a spear wave at Yang Kai. He was one of the only 2 people who had taken action against Yang Kai, and it was unknown which sect he came from. Qi Gue waved his hand and said, if it's nothing important, let's not talk about it. I want to know, what are you guys doing here? The last chubby, charmingly naive man from the Emperor realm asked, didn't you notice anything unusual about this source sea? This person was extremely fat, and the fat on his face was piled up together, almost to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Moreover, he was not tall, and if someone were to look at him from a distance, they would probably think that this person was a winter melon. However, despite his funny appearance, this person was also from the Emperor realm. Chapter 2476. As soon as Fatty asked, Qi Gue answered, it's precisely because we noticed the abnormality that we came to check the situation. Fatty said, so did we. Qi Gue was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the man from the Emperor realm wrapped in black chi and asked, isn't this your doing, Hyoji? The man from the Emperor realm named Hyoji coldly snorted and said, why do you think I did it? I guessed. Qi Gue sniffed. The strong young man said, it's not Brother Hyoji's fault. The source strength in the source sea is flowing in this direction. This island seems to be the source of the problem. As soon as this statement came out, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, why are you all looking at me? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you staying in your own place to absorb and refine source strength? Why are you all making trouble here? The strong young man frowned and said, the source strength in the source sea has been greatly reduced in the past half a month, and the flow of source strength is all pointing to this place. Why do you think we're here? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he showed a harmless expression and said in shock, really? That can't be, right? This statement was as fake as it could be. After all, the decrease in flow of source strength was clearly visible. Not to mention that Yang Kai was a third-order Dao source realm cultivator. Even a lower cultivation cultivator would be able to detect it. But now, he looked like he didn't know anything, which was obviously a lie. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Especially his eyes. Clear and bright, without the slightest suspicion of pretense. The five of them couldn't help but feel doubtful. They didn't know if they were mistaken. But the flow and decrease of source strength had strangely stopped just now. It really has nothing to do with you? Qigui frowned and asked. Yang Kai snorted, I'm just a Dao source realm cultivator. How could I do such a thing right under your noses? If the reduction of source strength here is really due to someone's actions, then why would I do such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. It must be one of you who did something, but you want to frame me. You can't be so despicable. Who did it? Step forward. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although everyone felt that the source of the problem was this island, what Yang Kai said wasn't wrong. He was just a Dao source realm cultivator, so how could he do such a thing? The young man said thoughtfully, the abnormality in the source sea began half a month ago. In the beginning, it wasn't very big, but later on, it became more obvious. And you, kid, came here half a month ago. Hearing his words, the other four people looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, their faces full of suspicion. After all, the timing was too coincidental. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yang Kai stared at him and said, friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Be careful, or I won't be polite to you. You won't be polite to me? The young man's eyes widened. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he grinned and said, I'd like to see how you'll be rude to me. He was a cultivator from the Emperor realm, and although Yang Kai had taken a blow from him earlier and showed his strength, he really didn't think that Yang Kai could be his enemy. If it was a life or death battle, he believed that he could take Yang Kai's life in 3 moves. Okay, since it's not the problem here, it must be something abnormal in the source sea. Wu Chang didn't know what he meant. At this time, Wu Chang actually stood up to mediate the situation, helping Yang Kai out of this situation. Yang Kai glanced at him suspiciously, but he pretended not to notice and just said, instead of getting entangled in this baseless matter, it's better to go back and absorb and refine it. Although the source sea has decreased a lot, it hasn't completely disappeared. I believe it's enough to meet everyone's needs. The fat man nodded and said, you're right. The young man and Qigui didn't seem to have any good ideas, but Hyoji, the son of the great emperors, said in a deep voice, boy, regardless of whether the change in the source sea is your problem or not, you must leave this place now. This is the Emperor Realm's territory, and with your current strength, you are not qualified to set foot here. Yang Kai turned to look at him and sneered softly, do you think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Have you asked for my opinion? Since this guy wanted to drive him away, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to cooperate. Although he had taken away most of the source strength in the source sea, there was still a lot left. The world principles in the sealed world bead hadn't been completed yet, and his embodiment showed no signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm. He also hadn't sensed any opportunity to break through. If he left now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Hyoji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, either leave or die. I'll give you 3 breaths to choose. Why don't you try? Yang Kai squinted at him. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Kai Yang in amazement. If it were any other newcomer from the Emperor realm, it would be fine. Although Yang Kai was only from the third-order Dao source realm, he seemed to be quite strong and had the right to be arrogant. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors, the descendant of the great emperors of the Eastern Territory's serene soul. Everyone from the Emperor realm present was afraid of him. Although they weren't timid in front of him, they still didn't dare to speak to him like this. But Yang Kai actually dared him to try. Where did this boy get the courage to speak to the son of the great emperors in such a tone? The young man was particularly stunned, thinking that this guy was a fool. Why did he have to compete with a fool just now? He slowly shook his head, feeling that Yang Kai was definitely going to die this time. If one offended him, he might not kill Yang Kai, at most teaching him a lesson, but if one offended Hyoji, how could one still be alive? Wu Chang's expression also changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. The reason he could help Yang Kai out just now was because they were both from the Southern Territory. In the Southern Territory, he could compete with Yang Kai, but that was considered an internal battle, so it didn't matter if they fought to the death. But in the Shattered Star Sea, in front of the masters from the other 3 territories, he couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. But now he found that Yang Kai was simply unreasonable. Provoking the son of the great emperors like this, what good would come of it? What was hard was easy to break. This boy was still too young and impetuous. For a time, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and even the void was filled with cold, murderous intent. Hyoji looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a dead man. To his surprise, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest fear, and his burning gaze shook his mind slightly. Hyoji's face sank, and just as he was about to attack Yang Kai, a streak of light quickly flew over from the distance, as fast as lightning, and arrived above everyone. Everyone's eyes shrank as they looked up, wondering who this person was and why he was so arrogant. When the streak of light dissipated, a burly middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He opened his eyes wide and looked down. His expression was extremely excited. His eyes were shining, like a beast that had been starving for countless years and finally saw its prey. But soon, he trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression stiff. The 6 people below were eyeing him covetously, and 5 of them were actually from the Emperor realm. He came here in high spirits, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he showed up. He was so scared that he almost turned around and left immediately. Although he didn't put the Emperor realm in his eyes, there were as many as 5 people here. If they really fought, he would definitely not be their opponent. Huh! Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the newcomer in high spirits, his heart filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised because he knew this person, and he was happy because he planned to look for this person after this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Wu Mingchuan, the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method was taught to Yang Kai by Wu Mingchuan, but Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it, so he left it to his embodiment. The embodiment was happy to cultivate it, and his cultivation increased very quickly. But recently, the embodiment felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he guessed that it was because of his secret art. Perhaps, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method that Wu Mingchuan taught to Yang Kai was not complete. Yang Kai wanted to find Wu Mingchuan to ask about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method and get the complete secret art from him. Otherwise, the embodiment's cultivation was very likely to remain stagnant. Back then, Yang Kai was only a third-order Origin King and was not Wu Mingchuan's opponent, but now he was in the third-order Dao Source Realm, so there was naturally no need to fear him. Both of them had different thoughts, but they were extremely surprised to meet here. Why does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come here? The young man curled his lips in displeasure when he found that Wu Mingchuan was also from the third-order Dao Source Realm. He let Yang Kai in earlier because Yang Kai had taken a blow from him. He was eager to absorb and refine the source strength here, so he didn't want to waste time and energy on Yang Kai. But now, another Dao Source Realm cultivator had come to the Emperor Realm's territory. Just kill him. Qi Gue snorted coldly. Wu Mingchuan was shocked when he heard this. Although he did not know what the 6 people below were doing, it was obvious that the 5 Emperor Realm Masters were looking at him with malicious intent. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and apologized. My apologies, my apologies. This one has mistakenly intruded upon your precious land. I will withdraw now, please calm down. Saying so, He glanced over at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a strange expression on his face before turning around to leave. Although he recognized Yang Kai and remembered that he had taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method in the Bone Prison, he couldn't detect any trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method from Yang Kai at close range. This puzzled Wu Mingchuan, because he had sensed that the mature seed was emitting fluctuations from this place. But when he hurried over, the fluctuations had disappeared, and he was surprised to see Yang Kai. He was confused and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 2477. Big cousin, don't go. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai suddenly shouted towards Wu Mingchuan's position, full of enthusiasm. Wu Mingchuan staggered and almost fell from the air. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said angrily, "Who's your big cousin?" Yang Kai said sternly, "Big cousin, you're too mean. You're pretending not to know me even though you've met me here. I'll tell your mother later. Be careful that she doesn't beat you up." Wu Mingchuan was furious and said, "Boy, don't talk nonsense. He's your big cousin?" The well-dressed young man looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "Why doesn't he look like one?" Yang Kai said, "He's just like that." While speaking, he looked up at Wu Mingchuan and said, "Big cousin, someone here wants to bully me. Shouldn't you stand up for me or something?" Wu Mingchuan said with a dark face, "Boy, if you talk nonsense again, be careful that I won't be polite to you." Yang Kai immediately said angrily, "Everyone wants to be rude to me. Do you think this young master is so easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'll go up now and beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Seeing Yang Kai keep saying your mother, Wu Mingchuan was so angry that smoke came out of his body. But since there were 5 people from the Emperor realm below, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he just sneered and said, "Come here if you have the guts. Let's see who will beat who. Just you wait." After Yang Kai said this, he immediately flew up and threw a barrage of punches at Wu Mingchuan. "Boy, you've got guts." Wu Mingchuan was furious. Although he was afraid of the 5 people from the Emperor realm below, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai come up and attack without any hesitation, he immediately counterattacked. However, he couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and the 5 people below, so he didn't dare to kill him and only used 50% of his strength to defend. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound in the air as the 2 people exchanged punches and kicks. Although the scene looked very lively, in fact, no one showed their true abilities. Suddenly, Yang Kai quietly winked at Wu Mingchuan. Although Wu Mingchuan didn't know what Yang Kai meant, he had lived for so many years, so he had some understanding. While fighting Yang Kai back and forth, he cooperated with Yang Kai to quickly move the battlefield away. In a short while, the 2 of them had already left the field of vision of the 5 people from the Emperor realm. After a while, even his divine sense could no longer detect them. Humph! Hyoji snorted coldly. With a cold expression, he turned around and flew back to his original position. Although Yang Kai had annoyed him, Yang Kai was now fighting with someone. It wasn't convenient for him to chase after them. He could only ignore it. Chi Gue looked in the direction where Yang Kai disappeared and chuckled softly. This little brat found a good way out for himself. The young man nodded and said, "I'm afraid that person was his helper. He was just putting on an act to get us out of here." Although Wu Chang did not say anything, he obviously felt the same way. Although Yang Kai's attitude was tough and arrogant just now, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes in the end, he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If he really fought with Hyoji, there was no way for him to survive. Now, it was just as well. If he fought with his so-called eldest cousin while escaping, Hyoji wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was just that such a scheming person would make others look down on him. Soon, the 5 people from the Emperor realm who had gathered here dispersed, but strangely enough, in the following days, they did not encounter any significant reduction in source strength. This made them even more convinced that the previous anomaly was caused by Yang Kai. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the source sea, above a broken star, 2 people stood in the air, looking at each other from a distance. One of them was burly, with a strong body and a burning gaze, like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. The other stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes bright like the stars. These two were none other than Wu Mingchuan and Yang Kai. They had retreated from the source sea all the way to this uninhabited star, each with their own ulterior motives. I didn't expect that you could cultivate to the third-order Dao source realm in such a short time. Wu Mingchuan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said with a little excitement, "The secret art this king taught you is not bad, right?" He thought that Yang Kai could achieve such a cultivation in such a short time because of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was too heaven-defying. As long as one could withstand the backlash of the secret art, it was extremely easy to increase one's cultivation. This young master is talented and intelligent. What does it have to do with your bullshit secret art? Yang Kai curled his lips. Wu Mingchuan chuckled and said, "This king was once your sect master and saved your life. Is this how you talk to this king?" Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "If I remember correctly, it was this young master who saved your life." Wu Mingchuan said, "Even so. But are you going to deny that this king taught you a secret art?" Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became angry. "You have the nerve to mention that? I have a question for you about that bullshit secret art." "What?" Wu Mingchuan raised his eyebrows. "Is the cultivation method you imparted to me incomplete?" Wu Mingchuan's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing quickened as he exclaimed, "You really have cultivated a secret art?" His expression was like a pervert who had seen a naked beauty, his eyes shining brightly, causing Yang Kai to have goosebumps all over his body. Yang Kai said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you whether I cultivate it or not?" Wu Mingchuan smiled slightly and said, "If you didn't cultivate it, how could you have noticed this problem?" Yang Kai said with a dark face, "That secret art is really incomplete. You are despicable. This young master risked a great danger to release you from the bone prison and give you back your freedom. Not only did you not know how to repay kindness, you even taught me an incomplete secret art. Where is your conscience? Where is the justice? Damn it. This young master can only blame himself for being too naive to believe you, you bastard." He cursed bitterly, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He had a regretful look on his face, almost wanting to buy some regret medicine to eat. Wu Mingchuan's face was filled with a cheerful smile as he waited for him to finish cursing before saying, "The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete. It is complete." "Bullshit." Yang Kai saw that he still did not admit it and spat at him. Wu Mingchuan easily dodged and said lightly, "Boy, don't be so rude. Didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young?" "Sorry, I was born like this," Yang Kai said with an arrogant expression. Wu Mingchuan snorted, "This king won't lower himself to your level. But about that secret art, do you want to listen to this king explain it to you?" "Speak." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wu Mingchuan didn't care and said lightly, "In the past, my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, which was an extraordinary secret art. The great emperors were able to achieve supremacy in the heaven and earth and were invincible in the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, the tree that stood out from the rest was feared by the other great emperors, and they joined forces to kill it. It's really the heavens who are jealous of heroic talents." Yang Kai sneered, "How come the version I heard is different from what you said?" Wu Mingchuan glared at him and said, "Do you still want to listen? If you don't want to listen, this king won't say it." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and stretched out his hand to pull his mouth, making a sewing gesture, indicating for him to continue. Wu Mingchuan snorted unhappily and continued, "When my ancestor created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, he had already noticed that there was a huge flaw in this secret art. Guess what it is?" Yang Kai pointed to his mouth and made a few hs sound, but he didn't say anything. Wu Mingchuan said helplessly, "Although this secret art is heaven-defying, it goes against heaven and earth, so the backlash is extremely strong. Only those with great perseverance can cultivate it and bear the backlash, otherwise, it won't be long before they become the demon race and burn themselves to death." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, knowing that Wu Mingchuan was not lying. This was because the embodiment had once mentioned this problem, but because the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it was born with the ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities, So this drawback of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art did not affect it much. In addition, when this secret art is cultivated to a certain limit, a bottleneck will appear. If this bottleneck is not broken, it will never be possible to advance. Speaking of this, Wu Mingchuan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Yang Kai. And this bottleneck is the third-order Dao source realm, which is why you and I can't break through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai thought that his failure to break through was not because of the heaven-devouring great Emperor's secret art, but he was willing to listen because he felt that Wu Mingchuan would tell him a solution to this problem soon. This guy seemed to feel that he had already defeated him, so he was now chattering away and revealing a lot of information. Sure enough, Wu Mingchuan said, "In order to solve this problem, my ancestor came up with an ingenious solution. Let another person also cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. When this person reaches the bottleneck of the third-order Dao source realm, they can devour him and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, thus advancing to the emperor realm." His tone gradually became excited, and his face became ruddy as he said excitedly, "My ancestor is truly a peerless genius. I am not as good as him." Yang Kai said in shock, "So, you taught me the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art because your ultimate goal was to devour me." Wu Mingchuan grinned, revealing his white fangs. "Naturally otherwise, do you think this king, as a descendant of my ancestor, would easily teach this secret art to others? Despicable, shameless." Yang Kai said angrily. Wu Mingchuan snorted coldly, "You are not the only one this king has taught. Over the past few hundred years, this king has found hundreds of qualified cultivator and taught them the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. But you are the only one who has been able to cultivate to the third-order Dao source realm. As for the others, they are all dead." He paused for a moment before continuing, "The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete. It is just a copy." "Copy?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes, the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art created by my ancestor is divided into two types, the main one and the copy. This king cultivates the main one, while what I taught you is a copy." Chapter 2478. You've really played a big game of chess. Yang Kai was slightly shocked. He did not expect that Wu Mingchuan would teach so many people the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. However, those who cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique had all died from the backlash. After all, not everyone had a body like the embodiment. He secretly rejoiced that he had resisted the temptation back then and did not cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique. Otherwise, he would not even know how he had died. Although he was confident in his perseverance, the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique was too strange. Wu Mingchuan's ability to cultivate to the third-order Dao source realm was definitely not as simple as having strong perseverance. Perhaps the heaven-devouring great emperor had left behind some cultivation experiences for him to refer to. If I can recreate the glory of my ancestors, what is a few hundred years of waiting? Wu Mingchuan's body shook as he shouted loudly. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he asked, "I want to ask, what is the difference between the main version and the instance version?" "Heh, the two are basically the same, but naturally there are some differences. The cultivator who cultivates the instance version is just a seed. Once the cultivator reaches the peak of the third-order Dao source realm, the seed will mature and can be swallowed by the cultivator of the main version. That way, they will be able to advance to the emperor realm. Moreover, if the seed matures, the cultivator of the main version will be able to sense the other party from a very far distance." Wu Mingchuan's tone gradually became excited. Yang Kai suddenly understood. "No wonder you could find me in the Shattered Star Sea. You could have sensed me." Previously, in the Source Sea, he had also released the embodiment, so Wu Mingchuan probably sensed it at that time. Wu Mingchuan raised his arms and shouted, "This king has waited for hundreds of years for this day. Finally, this king has seen the light of day." Yang Kai nodded. He had asked what he needed to ask and understood what he needed to know. The reason why the embodiment had reached a bottleneck but could not break through was really because of the secret art. However, the secret art was not incomplete, but it had always been like this. He pondered for a moment, then said, If the person who cultivated the copy devours the person who cultivated the main copy, what should we do then? Wu Mingchuan was taken aback when he heard this, but soon understood what Yang Kai meant. He grinned and said, "Young people are quite ambitious, very good. With your aptitude, if you didn't cultivate the divine technique, you would definitely become a great talent in the future. Unfortunately, you are now just a stepping stone for my advancement." "You haven't answered my question yet." Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. Wu Mingchuan snorted, "If you can really swallow this king, then you should naturally advance. What's there to ask?" "I see." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "That would be for the best." "Boy, what else do you want to ask?" Wu Mingchuan shouted in a low voice. "Ask all at once, and then we can set off on our way. This king can't wait any longer." "No more." Yang Kai grinned at him. This strange smile startled Wu Mingchuan, causing him to grit his teeth and spat, "You're deliberately mystifying things." While speaking, source chi suddenly surged from his body, as if he was preparing to attack Yang Kai. "Wait." Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. "What do you want to do?" Wu Mingchuan shouted impatiently. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange smile. He said, "Aren't you going to ask? Why can't you sense the mature seed now?" Wu Mingchuan looked stunned, thinking that this was right. He was wondering why he couldn't sense the fluctuations of the mature seed before, but after being asked this and that by Yang Kai, he had forgotten about it. Now that he was reminded by Yang Kai, he suddenly remembered. He hurriedly asked, "Why?" "Heh." Yang Kai grinned, spread his hands, and said, "Because this young master hasn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique at all." "What?" Wu Mingchuan was shocked. "Haven't cultivated it? Impossible." If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, how could he have been promoted to the third-order Dao source realm in such a short time? Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's expression and aura, it seemed that he had been promoted for a long time, and his cultivation was extremely dense. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, then how could he explain the fluctuations of the seed he had sensed earlier? He had clearly flown over quickly after sensing the fluctuations, and then saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "The one who has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique is someone else." "Who?" Wu Mingchuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a behemoth suddenly descended from the sky. The huge figure suddenly blotted out all the light in the sky, casting a shadow over a large area. After it landed on the ground, the earth trembled slightly. Wu Mingchuan opened his mouth wide and looked up at the mountain-like existence, only to feel a sense of suffocation that made him unable to breathe for a long time. When this mountain-like being appeared, the feeling that had disappeared appeared once again. This time, Wu Mingchuan clearly sensed that this fluctuation was not coming from Yang Kai, but from this monster. Taking a closer look, Wu Mingchuan couldn't help but gasp. This huge monster actually had hands and feet, and its entire body was covered in a thick rock armor. It looked like a huge stone man, but this stone man also had a pair of intelligent eyes that kept rolling around. In the stone man's hand was a pitch-black warhammer that was wrapped in pitch-black darkness. The warhammer was filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura, a demon armament. Wu Mingchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the warhammer in a daze. His heart was filled with extreme shock, and he couldn't believe his eyes. This was a demon armament, a genuine demon armament. There were still demon armaments in the world today? Shouldn't this thing have disappeared long ago? Could it be that those ancient great demons and great demons had not gone extinct yet? "Did you hear what this guy said just now?" Yang Kai pointed to Wu Mingchuan and asked. The embodiment waved the demon armament warhammer in his hand and said, "I heard it very clearly. Devour him, and you can break through the current bottleneck." Yang Kai smiled softly. The embodiment also smiled heartily. "I can't wait." Saying so, he took a step forward. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a loud noise rang out, and a huge footprint was left on the solid ground by the embodiment. "What the hell is this?" Wu Mingchuan finally recovered and couldn't help shouting, "Where did you get this thing?" It was impossible for such a big monster to be taken out from a space ring. He only saw Yang Kai wave his hand, and this thing appeared on the scene. Moreover, Wu Mingchuan didn't know whether this thing was alive or not. If he said it was dead, it could speak and communicate. But if he said it was alive, it didn't give off the slightest fluctuation of life. After living for so many years, Wu Mingchuan never thought that he would be able to gain some insight today. Why do you care where I got this thing? Just accept your death obediently. If you don't resist, I can give you a quick death, but if you resist, humph. Yang Kai stood aside and sneered. You want this king to die? Wu Mingchuan's eyes flashed fiercely as he said angrily, Boy, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. Who dares act presumptuously in front of this king? Speaking of this, he suddenly opened his hand, pointed it at the embodiment, and shouted, Heaven-devouring great emperor, devour for me. A mysterious power suddenly spread out and enveloped the embodiment as if it was going to devour everything. The embodiment's huge body staggered and fell to his knees, a look of pain on his face as he let out a wail. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in a low voice, What's going on? He knew best how strong the embodiment was. The Stone Mongoose clan was born with strong bodies, and over the years, the embodiment had refined countless treasures. With the demonic warhammer in hand, he could even fight the Emperor realm head-on. If it weren't for his large body and inconvenient movements, Yang Kai wouldn't have hidden him so often. But now, such a powerful embodiment was actually knocked to the ground by Wu Mingchuan in a single exchange, and it didn't even seem to have the strength to fight back. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? How could this old thing be so powerful? Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Die, die, die. The embodiment wailed and screamed in pain. My power is being devoured. Ha 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 ha. Wu Mingchuan laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with madness as he shouted, How dare you be so arrogant in front of this king? Watch this king devour you. Visible to the naked eye, pure energy overflowed from the embodiment and was absorbed into Wu Mingchuan's body. Wu Mingchuan's whole body became flushed, as if he had received great nourishment. Secret art suppression. Yang Kai's face sank as he suddenly understood something. He no longer dared to let the embodiment stay outside and waved his hand, sending it back into the sealed world bead. On the other side, Wu Mingchuan was devouring happily, but all of a sudden, the source of power disappeared, and when he looked around, his embodiment also disappeared without a trace. His face suddenly became gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Where is that thing? Hurry up and release it, or this king will make you beg for death. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and snorted, Old dog, you're good at scheming. Is there a natural suppression between the main and copy secret arts? Wu Mingchuan said with a sullen face, So what if there is? Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, If that's the case, then no matter how strong the cultivator who cultivates the copy is, it is just a dish in front of you. Boy, don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and release that thing. After this king breaks through to the Emperor realm, this king may be able to help you a little. Wu Mingchuan shouted impatiently. The opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm was right in front of him, but Yang Kai had hidden it away, so how could Wu Mingchuan not be anxious? He didn't even know how Yang Kai had managed to summon that thing back. If he hadn't figured it out, he would have attacked Yang Kai right away instead of discussing any conditions with him. Yang Kai snorted. The heaven-devouring great emperor was heartless in the past. He slaughtered all living beings, devoured the stars, and destroyed the territory of the great emperor, provoking the wrath of the heavens. In the end, he was killed by the great emperors. Wu Mingchuan, what do you think you can do even if you break through to the emperor realm? You will just follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. Nonsense. Wu Mingchuan's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted angrily, The great emperors were just narrow-minded people. They were jealous of my ancestors' strength and set up a trap, but unfortunately, my ancestors still managed to defeat them. How could someone as powerful as my ancestors die so easily? At this point, Wu Mingchuan suddenly closed his mouth, and his originally excited mood seemed to have calmed down a little. Chapter 2479. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at him in horror. asking in a trembling voice, "You? What do you mean? You don't mean to say that the master, he's not dead yet, right?" Wu Mengchuan knew that he had a slip of the tongue due to his emotions just now, so he just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a murderous look on his face. A chill suddenly came from the soles of his feet, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was a legend, but this legend was killed by the joint forces of the Great Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea. But now, Wu Mengchuan actually revealed some unusual information. If it was someone else who said this, Yang Kai might not take it seriously, but Wu Mengchuan was the descendant of the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, so his words were more or less justified. If the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were not dead, then all this was just too crazy. After tens of thousands of years of dormancy, what were the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor doing? And for what? Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This king didn't want to kill you so easily because you are a promising talent, but now it seems that you must die. Wu Mengchuan shouted in a deep voice as he suddenly clenched his fist and blasted it in the direction of Yang Kai. The fist intent broke through the barrier and crushed the void with infinite power. His eagerness to kill made Yang Kai feel more and more uneasy, wondering if his guess just now was correct. After Wu Mengchuan made his move, Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Because this guy's strength was extremely good, definitely not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could compare to. It could even be said that he had surpassed the level of Dao Source Realm. Even Wu Chang and Xia Shang, who were rising stars of the younger generation, they might not necessarily have Wu Mengchuan's heritage. As expected of the descendant of the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Even if he had been cultivating on his own all these years, he was not necessarily worse than those elites. However, although Wu Mengchuan was powerful, Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he did not dodge but met it with a punch of his own. Asterisk Hong long 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 long. Asterisk the sound of an explosion rang out, and the chaotic energy swam between the two of them. They collided. Wu Mengchuan was taken aback and was slightly shocked. Yang Kai's strength had also surprised him. He was well aware of his own strength. Ordinary Dao Source Realm Masters were no match for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in the Shattered Star Sea, snatch so many star seals, and upgrade his star seal to a 7-pointed star seal. But it was precisely because of this that Wu Mengchuan's eyes lit up as he shouted, "What kind of opportunities have you had over the years?" It's really an eye-opener for this king to grow so quickly from an origin king back then. Although he didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, but to be able to let a person become so strong in such a short period of time, Kai Yang's luck was definitely not shallow. But no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter Kai Yang had, as long as he could kill him, everything would belong to him. While he was talking, he had already rushed in front of Yang Kai, his fists raining down like a storm, his eyes filled with a trace of clarity. Yang Kai looked solemn as he quietly circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. The power of the 5 elements lingered around his body as he fought back fearlessly. Previously, in the Source Sea, the fight between the two was just for show, so neither of them used their full strength. Neither of them knew where the other's bottom line was. But now, in this life and death battle, neither of them held back. For a time, the two exchanged punches and kicks, creating a series of clanging sounds. In terms of physique and cultivation, Yang Kai was undoubtedly superior, and coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword qi, Wu Mengchuan quickly fell into a disadvantage in this battle. Yang Kai's fist landed squarely on Wu Mengchuan's body, leaving him in a sorry state. Wu Mengchuan was also extremely shocked. He found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability. In less than 30 breaths, Wu Mengchuan's body was stained with blood, looking extremely miserable, but his eyes were extremely bright. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that something was wrong, because if it were someone else being beaten by him like this, that person's aura would have already weakened. But Wu Mengchuan's aura showed no signs of weakening, and instead showed signs of increasing. In contrast, Yang Kai's consumption was not light. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Old dog, you're actually devouring my power?" Under his careful observation, he finally found some clues. Every time his power hit Wu Mingchuan, a part of it would strangely disappear, and this part was obviously being devoured by Wu Mingchuan. Wu Mingchuan laughed and said, "This king has cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques and is invincible. Unless you can kill this king in a single blow, just accept your death obediently." Killing Wu Mingchuan in a single blow was absolutely impossible for an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Only a master above the Second-Order Emperor Realm could do it. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. Wu Mingchuan's voice was fierce as he shouted, "In front of this king, you can't come and go as you please. Heaven-devouring great emperor's territory, open for me." Hong. An invisible territory field expanded with a bang, directly wrapping Yang Kai in it. In this territory field, Yang Kai found that the power in his body was gushing out of his meridians uncontrollably, turning into a trickle of energy that flowed towards Wu Mingchuan. Not only that, his vitality was also showing signs of being devoured by Wu Mingchuan. And this speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai was shocked. Only now did he realize the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Although the embodiment also cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, his secret art was undoubtedly much worse than Wu Mingchuan's, so there was no territory field that could devour everything. In this territory field, everything was the source of Wu Mingchuan's power, and it was inevitable that he would devour it. If someone fought with him, Wu Mingchuan could easily win and kill his opponent. Yang Kai was now in this awkward situation. What a rich blood qi. What a pure origin energy. Wu Mingchuan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise while fighting with Yang Kai, "Boy, you've tempered your body? Good, good, good. This is a great tonic. This king will have more confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm." Yang Kai snorted, "You really want to devour me? Be careful not to choke to death." As he spoke, he urged his space force, causing the surrounding void to tremble and become strange and unpredictable. Wu Mingchuan's eyes widened in shock. This is space force. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight and was shocked beyond words. But in the next moment, he was overjoyed. "You're proficient in space force." Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this guy couldn't possibly. Before he could finish this thought, though, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and exclaimed in horror, "Bastard! You can even devour principal strength?" Wu Mingchuan showed a look of ecstasy on his face as he opened his mind and body to devour everything around him, constantly praising, "Wonderful, wonderful. The space force turns out to be so mysterious. No wonder not many people can cultivate it." By devouring Yang Kai's space force, he had comprehended a trace of the mysteries of Space Force. If this continued for a long time, once he really understood the mysteries of Space Force, he would definitely be able to cultivate Space Force like Yang Kai and obtain the Space Divine technique. Only now did Yang Kai truly realize the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. This secret art was really a peerless secret art, capable of devouring everything. Just think about it. No matter how mysterious the principal strength was, once it was used by someone, the one who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could comprehend and cultivate it by devouring it. This was simply robbing, and the opponent could do nothing about it. It was no wonder that during the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was able to drag 4 top Great Emperors to the grave with him. With a secret art like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, who in this world could be his opponent? This was simply cheating. This king is a little reluctant to kill you. Wu Mingchuan looked at Yang Kai excitedly and shouted, "Boy, this king will give you one more chance. Stop here, open your knowledge sea, and let this king brand his soul brand. When this king dominates the territory of the aspiring star and reproduces the glory of our ancestors, I will let you rule the world. How about it? Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at him, but while speaking, his hands were not idle. With a wave of his hand, he sent 2 huge moon blades towards Wu Mingchuan. Wu Mingchuan's eyes lit up again as he stared at the moon blades, as if he had seen something novel. When the moon blades were about to reach him, he twisted his body to avoid them, licked his lips, and said with an impatient look, "This king likes your space principles very much. As long as you can help this king cultivate and comprehend this principle strength, this king will not treat you unfairly." "Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. I only want one thing." Yang Kai sneered softly. Wu Mingchuan said with a sullen face, "If it's this king's life, then forget it." Yang Kai asked, "You're so smart, do your parents know?" Wu Mingchuan retorted angrily, "My parents died long ago. What does it have to do with them?" Scorching flame. While shouting angrily, Wu Mingchuan suddenly waved his hand and sent a stream of flames straight towards Yang Kai. This stream of flames contained the principle of fire and seemed to be able to burn everything. Yang Kai was shocked, knowing that this principle of fire was not something Wu Mingchuan had comprehended on his own. He should have devoured the principal strength of others through the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. But even so, this divine technique should not be underestimated. Exile. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a black hole immediately appeared in front of him and swallowed the stream of flames directly. Stubborn. Wu Mingchuan's face became angry, and he suddenly spread out his hands, releasing two completely different principle fluctuations. His left hand was covered in flames, while his right hand was covered in ice. The principles of ice and fire spread out, but strangely, they did not cancel each other out, but instead merged perfectly. Wu Mingchuan shouted in a low voice, "I'll let you have a taste of this king's unique 9 heavens of ice and fire." Asterisk pa. Asterisk he clapped his hands together, and in an instant, the power of ice and fire erupted fiercely, sweeping through the void and shattering the world. Chapter 2480. A violent force swept out, and Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt and was immediately submerged. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the ice and fire 9-layered heaven's secret technique rolled over and gradually disappeared, its power dissipating. Wu Mingchuan, however, stood in place with a dignified expression, staring ahead. When the dust settled, Yang Kai stood in the void in ragged clothes. Although he was in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of losing his life. His expression was solemn as he formed a series of hand seals. A mysterious aura filled the air. Wu Mingchuan suddenly felt extremely uneasy, a feeling that made his heart beat wildly. For some reason, he had a feeling that time had slowed down, as if his perception was being suppressed. Everything around him seemed to have come to a standstill, and only Yang Kai's movements were as fast as lightning. A dazzling handprint suddenly formed, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clapped it towards him, shouting in a low voice, "Flowing time, Great Emperor, shuttle art." Wu Mingchuan was shocked, instinctively sensing a dangerous aura. He wanted to dodge, but he could not move at all, and even his thoughts seemed to have frozen at this moment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique did not play any role. The dazzling handprint pressed directly towards Wu Mingchuan. At this critical moment, Wu Mingchuan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and with a flick of his wrist, a blood-red bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle did not look big, only about a foot tall, but as soon as it appeared, an extremely strong bloody aura filled the air. A bright red light suddenly bloomed from this bottle, and this light was so thick that it was almost tangible. Not only was the smell of blood pungent, but it also flowed out, turning into a crimson light that shrouded the front. As far as the eye could see, it was as if a blood-red sea had suddenly spread out. It filled a vast expanse of space. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle art blasted into the sea of blood. Monstrous waves were set off, causing the sea of blood to roil and tumble. Wu Mingchuan let out a muffled groan as he staggered back. Even though he had summoned this strange artifact, he was still inevitably hit by the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor, and his face rapidly aged, seemingly seriously injured. However, his expression had calmed down and was no longer as panicked as before. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Yang Kai, Wu Mingchuan growled, "I didn't expect you to have such a divine technique." Yang Kai frowned and kept looking around. It had only been 3 breaths since Wu Ming-chuan summoned the blood-red bottle, but now, the environment he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. The surroundings were filled with the thick smell of blood, and the sea of blood below was constantly churning. Bubbles appeared, and faint cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard coming from them. The surrounding space seemed to have been isolated by this sea of blood. Even though Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not detect anything beyond the sea of blood. It was as if this place had suddenly become a small world similar to the sealed world bead. It was completely isolated from the outside world. What the hell was that? Yang Kai was puzzled. The only thing he was certain of was that the blood-red bottle was an Emperor artifact. Moreover, it was most likely an Emperor artifact left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After all, Wu Ming-chuan was not an Emperor Realm Master yet, so it was impossible for him to have his own Emperor artifact. If it really was an Emperor artifact left behind by the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, then it would be a big problem. Yang Kai's face sank for a moment. Boy, what kind of divine technique is that? It's completely different from the space principles you just used. Wu Ming-chuan shouted again. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and snorted, "You're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions?" Wu Ming-chuan was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Boy, your tone isn't small, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing this king to use the blood spirit bottle." Blood spirit bottle. Yang Kai raised his brow, knowing that this was the name of the Emperor artifact. "That's right," Wu Ming-chuan said triumphantly. "This is an Emperor artifact left behind by our ancestor. Only those with the Wu family bloodline can use it. Others can't use it at all. Although the blood spirit bottle is not the ancestor's best work, it's enough to deal with you, boy." Sure enough, this is an Emperor artifact left behind by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for his descendants. Yang Kai was shocked. Wu Ming-chuan continued, "Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you can forget about escaping. Today, you can either submit to this king or die here." Yang Kai sneered, "You'd better worry about yourself first." After being hit by this young master's flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique, how long can you live? Although the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal did not have the desired effect, it did injure Wu Ming-chuan. His gradually aging face was the best proof of this, and the principles of time that had invaded his body could not be easily resolved. The principles of time would continue to corrode Wu Ming-chuan's vitality until he eventually died of old age. What can a trivial secret technique do to me? Wu Ming-chuan coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, causing the blood below him to rush towards him. As the blood flowed in, Wu Ming-chuan's old face quickly regained its luster, as if he was no longer eroded by the principles of time. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed that Wu Ming-chuan's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. His face, which had recovered, quickly aged once more. "What kind of power is this?" Wu Ming-chuan finally asked in shock. His method of using the blood to restore his vitality was actually treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Unless he continued to absorb the blood here, he would eventually die. After realizing this, Wu Ming-chuan finally became afraid. Yang Kai laughed and sneered, "Can't you devour all things? Why don't you try devouring it yourself, and you'll know." "Boy, you're courting death. I wanted to keep your life for my own use, but now it seems that I have no choice but to kill you." Wu Ming-chuan was furious and waved his hand, causing the blood sea to suddenly tumble and a blood dragon to emerge from it. This blood dragon was lifelike, staring at Yang Kai with its house-sized eyes, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. To Wu Ming-chuan's surprise, in the face of such a fierce attack, Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly. "What the hell is this boy doing?" Wu Ming-chuan was bewildered. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but in order to avoid any accidents, he suddenly took action again. Several blood dragons suddenly shot out from the blood sea and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai snorted, "Wu Ming-chuan, your strength is also beyond this young master's expectations, but you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this treasure." He actually returned Wu Ming-chuan's words to him. Wu Mingchuan was furious. Boy, how dare you be so arrogant? Inside this king's blood spirit bottle, what can you do? Just accept your death obediently. Yang Kai said indifferently, the one who's going to die is you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell, pouring his source chi and divine sense into it. The mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size, and the complex patterns on its surface suddenly came to life, constantly moving around as a wild aura filled the air. This is... Wu Mingchuan's eyes widened as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell in horror, almost biting off his tongue in shock. As a descendant of the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors, he was naturally more concerned about everything that had happened in the Shattered Star Sea than others. He knew which great emperors had fallen here and what kind of treasures they had left behind. So as soon as the mountains and rivers bell appeared, he immediately recognized it. This is impossible, Wu Mingchuan shouted. In any case, he could not believe that Yang Kai had subdued the mountains and rivers bell. This was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. It was an ancient relic that the Yuan Ding Great Emperors brought out from the ancient wildlands. However, wasn't the mountains and rivers bell suppressing the phoenix true fire and escaping into the void? Why would it appear in Yang Kai's hands? If the mountains and rivers bell was here, then where was the phoenix true fire? If this was the real mountains and rivers bell, then his life was in danger today. Asterisk Guang. Asterisk a melodious bell sound suddenly rang out, and shock waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The sound waves were mixed with a power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, enough to suppress everything. The blood dragons that pounced at Yang Kai suddenly disintegrated, turning back into blood and dripping down. Wu Mingchuan's whole body shook, and he could not help but take a few steps back. When he stood still again, blood was oozing out of his ears and nose. This was the real mountains and rivers bell. Wu Mingchuan only saw a snowy white in front of his eyes, and under the shock of his mind, he could no longer see anything, his head buzzing. After personally enduring the shock of the mountains and rivers bell, he no longer had any doubts. After the appearance of the mountains and rivers bell, Wu Mingchuan's body stiffened, as if he was being suppressed by an invisible force. Even the churning blood around him suddenly calmed down, no longer causing any ripples. The mountains and rivers bell sound suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's aura changed the world. If the heaven-devouring great Emperor's battle technique could devour everything, then the mountains and rivers bell could suppress everything in this world. Pooh! Wu Mingchuan finally could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face suddenly becoming much older. Yang Kai coldly snorted, Wu Mingchuan, today, this place will be your burial place. Obediently accept your death. As he shouted, he suddenly waved his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell suddenly fell down rapidly into the blood sea, disappearing without a trace. But in the next moment, the entire blood sea began to boil, and at the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound coming from all directions. Wu Mingchuan turned pale with fright and shouted, Stop! Stop! You will destroy this king's blood spirit bottle. This space had been sealed when he summoned the blood spirit bottle, and now that the mountains and rivers bell was pressing down, the blood spirit bottle could not bear it at all. If this continued, this emperor artifact left by the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors would definitely be damaged. Yang Kai sneered, You're about to die, yet you still have the leisure to care about the bottle. If the blood spirit bottle could be used by him, Yang Kai would not be so ruthless. After all, this was a treasure left by the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and its value was immeasurable. But Wu Mingchuan had said before that this thing could only be used by those with the Wu family bloodline, so even if Yang Kai obtained it, it would be useless. So, he showed no mercy. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk more and more sounds came out. Wu Mingchuan's face was pale as he roared, Stop, let's talk things over. Yang Kai coldly said, It's pointless to say even half a word. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk with a sound. The blood sea that filled the world was suddenly broken, and the power that sealed the space suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2481. In the void, the blood sea collapsed, and blood splashed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light that filled heaven and earth disappeared. Wu Mengchuan stood somewhere with a pale face, as if he had lost his soul. The destruction of the blood spirit bottle had caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Coupled with the fact that he had been hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttlecock seal, he was only half alive at this moment. Spitting out blood, he staggered and seemed to be unable to even stand steadily. Yang Kai was not much better off. This was the second time he had summoned the mountains and rivers bell. After the first strike, his vision turned black, his head spun, his ears buzzed, and his heart thumped like a war drum. He gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He raised his hand, and the myriad sword turned into a rainbow and shot towards Wu Mengchuan. Accompanied by a soft thud, the myriad sword directly struck Wu Mengchuan's abdomen, nailing him firmly to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the earth red. Wu Mengchuan struggled hard, but was unable to break free. The next moment, Yang Kai waved his hand again and released the embodiment, saying with difficulty, "I'll leave him to you." Although the embodiment did not participate in this battle, he could clearly see what was happening outside from the sealed world bead. So as soon as he appeared, he immediately came in front of Wu Mengchuan and slapped him. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the earth shook, and the place where Wu Mengchuan was standing was completely covered by the huge palm. The embodiment's eyes burst with light, like two bolts of lightning piercing through the past and present, and he shouted excitedly, "Heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique!" The divine art was activated, and an extremely pure energy overflowed from Wu Mengchuan's old body. It was absorbed into the embodiment's body. Not long after, the embodiment let out a strange cry, which was mixed with great joy and excitement, and a mysterious power pervaded his huge body. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that the embodiment was about to break through his bottleneck. Wu Mengchuan was right. If the embodiment could devour him, then the embodiment could advance. This had nothing to do with who cultivated the main dungeon or who cultivated the dungeon. It was just that Wu Mengchuan had never thought that he would end up benefiting someone else. If he had known that there would be such an outcome, he probably would not have taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique back then. But then again, who in this world could have an embodiment that could cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques without suffering any backlash? And how many people in the Dao Source Realm could defeat Wu Mengchuan? Just the blood spirit bottle alone was enough to make 90% of Dao Source Realm cultivators retreat. Other people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics encountered Wu Mengchuan. It was just a dish. As his mind relaxed, endless exhaustion hit him. Yang Kai forced himself not to faint. He slowly sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of spirit herbs, and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The Dharmakaya continued to let out excited and strange cries. His voice was like thunder. As the avatar devoured, the avatar began to devour. Wu Mengchuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if he could die at any time. Suddenly, the embodiment let out a cry of surprise, as if it had discovered something, and its huge palm slammed down. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Wu Mengchuan's body exploded like a watermelon, his flesh and blood mangled, and he couldn't be more dead. The Dharmakaya continued to devour. After a while, the Dharmakaya stopped and stood still. Her lively eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. She stood there quietly and did not move for a long time. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and after a flash of enlightenment, the Dharmakaya sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, motionless. Without the baptism of world energy or the gathering of world energy, the Dharmakaya seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep. Time passed slowly, and 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Although his body was still a little weak, it no longer hindered his movements. He first took back the mountains and rivers bell and myriad sword before looking at the Dharmakaya. Although he had been adjusting his breathing before, he had also been paying attention to the situation of the Dharmakaya, so he knew exactly what was happening over there. After observing for a while, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. This was because he noticed that the Dharmakaya's aura was constantly weakening. Not only was the aura of the Dharmakeya's body like this, but even the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were gradually becoming undetectable, as if he had really fallen asleep. Young Kai didn't dare to rashly disturb him. After all, the Dharmakeya was not made of flesh and blood. Its promotion was very different from that of an ordinary cultivator. Without the baptism of world energy, Yang Kai didn't know if this was normal. The only thing Yang Kai could do was to provide the Dharmakeya with some source crystals so that he could have enough world energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly took out a small mountain of source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside the Dharmakeya. But as soon as these source crystals were put down, they were swallowed by a mysterious force, and all of their world energy was drained and turned into dust. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He had taken out at least 30 million source crystals, but they were all gone in an instant. This kind of consumption was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't lack source crystals, so he quickly took out some more. This cycle repeated over and over again. After throwing out hundreds of millions of source crystals, all of which were high, middle, and low rank, the Dharmakeya's speed of devouring source crystals slowed down. In the following days, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the Dharmakeya's situation. Once the source crystals were consumed, he would take out some more. More than half of the wealth that Yang Kai had swindled some time ago was consumed at once. After a full month, the Dharmakeya stopped absorbing the world energy in the source crystals. At this time, no matter how many source crystals Yang Kai put around him, he stopped devouring them. Yang Kai estimated that he had reached some kind of limit. Perhaps success or failure would depend on this move. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the Dharmakeya's movements, suddenly heard a cracking sound. He was slightly surprised, not knowing what had happened, so he quickly released his divine sense to investigate quietly. What he saw shocked Yang Kai, because a crack had appeared on the Dharmakeya's body, as if a wall that had not been repaired for many years could not bear the burden. This discovery surprised Yang Kai. Although the Dharmakeya had devoured Wu Ming Chuan, logically speaking, it should have been able to break through the bottleneck of his secret art and obtain greater power. However, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was for people to cultivate, so who knew what the consequences would be if the stone mongoose cultivated it? Just as Yang Kai was feeling bewildered, the cracking sound came again, and this time it was continuous. Looking around, Yang Kai saw crisscrossing cracks all over the Dharmakeya's body. Walala, star. After a while, large pieces of gravel fell from the Dharmakeya's body. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he was worried. After so many years of cultivation, the Dharmakeya's body had basically taken shape. Every part of his body was as hard as an emperor artifact, and ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. But now, the things on the surface of his body were constantly cracking and falling. What's going on? Yang Kai was very anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not know what he could do to help him now. The crashing sound continued. In less than 10 breaths of time, a circle of gravel had been piled up around the embodiment. However, these gravel were very strange. After falling down, they immediately disintegrated as if they were not hard at all. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise as he stared at the Dharmakeya in a daze. He found that after peeling off the layer of gravel on the surface of his body, the Dharmakeya had shrunk a lot. Although the previous behemoth was shocking enough, it was too inconvenient to move. But now that it had shrunk a lot, the Dharmakeya would undoubtedly become more agile. Could this change be a good thing? Natural selection. The Dharmakeya was a special existence. But since it could exist in this world, it was reasonable. Its growth and evolution would definitely develop in the direction of excellence. The current situation might be the result of its evolution. Crack. Another crisp sound was heard, and Yang Kai found that cracks had appeared on the shrunken Dharmakeya's body again. With his previous experience, Yang Kai didn't seem to be too nervous this time, instead quietly paying attention to the subsequent changes. As expected, after the cracks appeared to a certain extent, the layer on the surface of the Dharmakeya's body peeled off again, and his body shrank a second time. This situation lasted for several days, and the Dharmakeya had experienced 6 changes of body shrinkage. It was not until this time that it finally settled down. At the same time, the aura and spiritual energy fluctuations in his body began to rise again, eventually reaching a level that shocked even Yang Kai. This was definitely an aura and spiritual fluctuation that could only be possessed in the Emperor realm. Although there was no earth-shattering promotion process, and although there was no baptism of heaven and earth energy, the Dharmakaya now undoubtedly had a powerful strength comparable to the Emperor realm. With the support of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and the demonic war hammer, the Dharmakaya with a special physique could definitely unleash incredible power. At this time, the Dharmakaya suddenly opened his eyes. His lively eyes were full of spirit, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. Although he had seen the result, Yang Kai could not help but go forward and ask, "How is it?" The Dharmakaya slowly stood up. Although the embodiment had shrunk a lot after going through 6 body transformations, it was still as tall as 3 people when it stood up. It had a huge body, an extraordinary aura, and a body as shiny as a rock that had been washed by the sea for countless years. Even Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression when he looked at it. "It doesn't feel bad." The Dharmakaya grinned, but with the naturally chiseled face of the stone mongoose, this smile looked charmingly naive. After a pause, he continued, "Although I can feel that I'm many times stronger than before, but I have to familiarize myself with this lower body first." As he spoke, he reached out and clenched his fist. The Dharmakaya's body had undergone a huge change, and he could not get used to it for a while, so he had to go through a period of adjustment. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then you should familiarize yourself with it during this period of time." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and prepared to put the Dharmakaya into the small sealed world. Chapter 2482. Before entering the sealed world bead, the embodiment suddenly threw something to Yang Kai. "Take a look at this thing. I snatched it from Wu Mingchuan before. Before he died, he seemed to want to destroy this thing, but I don't know what secret it holds." Yang Kai took it and looked at it carefully, only to find that it was just a jade slip. However, this jade slip seemed to have been passed down from a very long time ago. Moreover, there were many restrictions placed on the jade slip. Yang Kai tried to crack them, but he couldn't find a way to open it at all. The restrictions were extremely ancient and complicated. Yang Kai studied them for a while, but still couldn't figure them out. The embodiment said that he had snatched it from Wu Mingchuan, and that Wu Mingchuan wanted to destroy this jade slip before he died. It seemed that this jade slip had a great origin and should contain some secret. Wu Mingchuan didn't want Yang Kai to obtain this jade slip and unravel the secret. What kind of secret was it that Wu Mingchuan wanted to destroy it before he died and didn't want others to know about it? Wu Mingchuan was a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and this shattered star sea was the burial place of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai thought about it and felt that this jade slip was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Solemnly putting away the jade slip, Yang Kai jumped away from the shattered stars. After Wu Mingchuan's death, his 7-pointed star seal was obtained by Yang Kai, and his space ring naturally belonged to Yang Kai. However, there was nothing good in his space ring. The only thing in his space ring was the blood spirit bottle passed down to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, which should have been a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by the mountains and rivers bell. After devouring Wu Mingchuan's 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai's star seal still showed no signs of upgrading. Rumor had it that if one could upgrade their star seal to the highest level, the 9-pointed star seal, you can find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai estimated that this was just a rumor. Not to mention how many people a person would need to kill to upgrade their star seal to the peak. The inheritance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was not something that anyone could obtain. Yang Kai had already experienced the power and terror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Even if someone obtained the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques here, it might not necessarily be a blessing. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to this matter from beginning to end. Moreover, he estimated that no one would be able to upgrade their star seal to the highest level. A day later, Yang Kai returned to the Source Sea again. Last time, he ran into Wu Mingchuan. Yang Kai was eager to find him to inquire about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, so he left the Source Sea. But now that his embodiment had broken through the bottleneck, he naturally had to return. There was still a lot of source strength in the Source Sea that he had not absorbed and refined, and he had not seen the legendary complete source strength, so how could he miss it? But when Yang Kai came to the Source Sea, only then did he realize that time had passed and everything was very different from before. Looking around, the area of the Source Sea had been greatly reduced, and the number of cultivators who came here had increased. He did not know what had happened in the Source Sea in the month after he left. In the sky above the Source Sea, there were countless battles of various sizes. Countless cultivators gathered here, and cultivators were constantly being killed. They fell from the sky and disappeared into the Source Sea. Compared with before, there were obviously a lot more battles here. Yang Kai could not help but frown. With so many people coming to the Source Sea, it was obvious that someone had spread the news, which was why so many cultivators rushed here. This also proved that the Source Sea was indeed a good place. But with so many people, there would naturally be more disputes. In such a chaotic situation, it was very precious to be able to absorb and refine the source strength in peace. Yang Kai flew all the way here. He found that the situation was worse than he had thought. Not only were there more battles between cultivators, but the entire Source Sea was also exuding an extremely strange aura at this moment. Yang Kai clearly noticed that the Source Sea was slowly flowing in a certain direction, and this movement was even bigger than the one he had caused before. Could it be that there was someone else who had a treasure like the sealed world bead? Otherwise, how could there be such an anomaly in the Source Sea? His heart was full of doubts. However, he did not intend to stay outside for a long time. Instead, he planned to go deeper to see the situation like last time. The source strength in the depths was richer and purer, and absorbing and refining it for a day was equivalent to absorbing and refining it for a month outside. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked in a certain direction. And over there, a pair of bright eyes happened to be looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. Because the person who was looking at him was Lu Yin. A year after entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai was separated from Lu Yin and the others. Sister Hua also went out to find her own opportunities, so he had been alone and felt a little lonely from time to time. But unexpectedly, they met again in the Source Sea at this moment. Although it was a coincidence, it was also inevitable. At this moment, 70 to 80% of the surviving cultivator in the Shattered Star Sea had gathered in the Source Sea. Lu Yin and the others must have heard the news about the Source Sea, so they came here. The little girl from the Zhang family was also standing next to Lu Yin at this moment. She looked slender and elegant, and her complexion was good. When Yang Kai flew over, Lu Yin quietly poked Zhang Ruoxi and whispered something to her. The next moment, Zhang Ruoxi turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her eyes suddenly shining. When Yang Kai came in front of her, she immediately shouted, "Sir!" Perhaps it was because she saw Yang Kai again, but Zhang Ruoxi's little face was flushed, and the corners of her eyes were overflowing with a cheerful smile. She seemed extremely happy. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened as he swept them over Zhang Ruoxi. The little girl was embarrassed by Yang Kai's gaze. Third Order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to believe his eyes. In less than 2 years, Zhang Ruoxi had advanced from the First Order Dao Source Realm to the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and it was in an environment with thin world energy like the Shattered Star Sea. Even Yang Kai himself had to admit defeat at such a cultivation speed. Although Yang Kai had long known that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was special and most likely contained a shocking secret, and that as long as she had enough resources, her cultivation speed would be ridiculously fast, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. On the other hand, Lu Yan's strength did not seem to have increased much. He was still in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, but his aura was undoubtedly more solid and pure. During this time, without Yang Kai's care, they seemed to be doing well. Big Sister Lu Yin gave me all the cultivation resources, so I was able to advance to the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Zhang Ruoxi explained in a low voice, "This is all thanks to Big Sister Lu Yin." Lu Yin smiled softly and did not speak. Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have to have the talent first. Without talent, no matter how many resources one had, one would not be able to achieve so much in such a short time." Yang Kai was suddenly looking forward to what kind of achievements this little girl of the Zhang family could achieve in the future. "Master, have you seen Big Sister Hua during this time?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I haven't seen her." Zhang Ruo, she was a little worried. "I wonder how Big Sister Hua is doing during this time." The three girls often accompanied each other in the sealed world bead, so they had a deep relationship. Now that they met Yang Kai again, but without Hua Qingxi, they could not help but worry about her safety. In less than 2 years after leaving Yang Kai, Lu Yin and Zhang Ruo, she had seen too much ugliness. Many times, they had relied on Lu Yan's white tiger heaven puppet to avert danger, especially Zhang Ruo. Her naive edges had been worn away, and there was a faint hint of maturity. "You don't have to worry too much about Big Sister Hua." Although Yang Kai was worried about her in his heart, he could only comfort her. "Sister Hua is different from you. She's experienced in the world and is a disciple of Star Soul Palace. She also has the 5-colored spear. Most people are not her opponent. But now many people in the Shattered Star Sea have advanced to the Emperor Realm." Zhang Ruo, she whispered. "There are Emperor Realm masters, but not many. Big Sister Hua won't be so unlucky. Moreover, those who can advance to the Emperor Realm are all elite disciples of their respective sects. They won't bully others for no reason." After comforting them for a while, Yang Kai changed the topic. "What are you doing standing here? It's very dangerous up here. Go down and find a place to refine and absorb source strength. Little sister Xiaoqi is here." Lu Yin said. "Xiaoqi? Which Xiaoqi?" Yang Kai looked at her blankly, not understanding who she was talking about for a while. Lu Yin pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed her finger and couldn't help but open his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Emo Xiaoqi. Who else could it be but Emo Xiaoqi? Who else could it be?" The butterfly-shaped birthmark on her face was still as obvious as when Yang Kai first saw her. When Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, he only made 2 friends. One was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si-ran, and the other was the mischievous little girl, Emo Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, Kong Si-ran broke through to the Dao Source Realm and was transferred away by Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, while Emo Xiaoqi suddenly disappeared without a trace one day, leaving only a strange message. "Auntie Feng is here to catch me, so I'll be leaving first." Yang Kai had seen this so-called Auntie Feng before. She was a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master, and the power of her palm had shattered Yang Kai's artifact ship without injuring him at all. The wooden boat he was using now was a gift from Auntie Feng as compensation. That was also the first time Yang Kai had seen the power of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Facing such a master, Yang Kai felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Fortunately, Auntie Feng didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't be here today. Back then, Yang Kai didn't know much about Emo Xiaoqi's origins and background, only knowing that her background was definitely not small. However, after struggling and exploring the star boundary over the years, Yang Kai gradually gained a better understanding of the various great forces, allowing him to vaguely guess Emo Xiaoqi's true identity. She was the daughter of the martial beast from Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were 2 magical islands. One was Spirit Beast Island, the place where the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, lived in seclusion. Although it wasn't a sect, its name shook the entire star boundary, and everyone knew about it. And the second one was the legendary Dragon Island that was elusive and traceless. It was rumored that there were many dragon race living on Dragon Island, and most people didn't know its specific location, or even if it existed. However, the name of Dragon Island was still well known. Chapter 2483. Martial Beast was one of the 10 great emperors. He had enslaved thousands of beasts and possessed extraordinary strength. However, because he was relatively low-key, very few people knew about his life's deeds. He had not established a sect like the Great Emperor's Bright Moon or the Great Emperors of Serene Soul. He had simply lived in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. Emo Xiaoqi was Martial Beast's daughter, so her identity was extraordinary. Who would dare to fight with her here? If anything were to happen to her, wouldn't that be terrible? Even a guy like Fengxian could use soul descent on his son. Once Emo Shaoqi's life was in danger, the martial beast would also use soul descent. Who here could withstand his wrath? So when he saw Emo Shaoqi fighting with someone, Yang Kai became anxious and said with a bitter face, "Why aren't you going to help?" Lu Yin said lightly, "We can't help." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he see clearly who was fighting with Emo Shaoqi. The opponent who was fighting Emo Shaoqi back and forth, seemingly evenly matched, was also a woman. What's more, she was radiant, her dress fluttering in the wind, giving her an extremely beautiful appearance. Yang Kai also knew this woman. She was the daughter of the great Emperor's Bright Moon of Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai's face darkened. The identities of these two girls were very sensitive, and they were both daughters of the great emperors. Only they would dare to fight with each other. Why are they fighting? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I don't know. They looked at each other inexplicably and then started fighting, Lu Yin replied. Such a thing happened. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. However, it seemed that the two girls knew each other. They also knew the other party's identity. Perhaps it was because of the competitive nature of the young girls, which made them, who were of similar birth and status, want to compete with each other. But even if they wanted to compete, they should at least consider the time and place, right? This was the Shattered Star Sea, not a place to compete. After not seeing each other for a few years, both Emo Shaoqi and Lan Sun had reached the Third Order Dao Source realm. The aptitude of these two daughters of the great emperors was obviously extraordinary, which was why they could achieve so much in such a short time. Yang Kai knew that Lan Sun had inherited the Bright Moon phantom body of the Bright Moon great emperors. Although Emo Shaoqi didn't have a special physique, she was born with the ability to control all kinds of monster beasts to fight for her. Moreover, as the daughter of a martial beast, she had learned an extremely profound and mysterious secret technique, the divine technique, since she was young. At this moment, the two girls were engaged in a lively fight. Compared with Lan Sun's elegance and calmness, Emo Shaoqi appeared much wilder. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but her entire body was as agile as a leopard. Moreover, there were traces of beast-like patterns on her face, and the aura she was exuding was extremely wild. Neither of them intended to use their artifacts, simply relying on what they had learned in their lives to compete. With just a few glances, Yang Kai knew that neither of them could do anything to the other. Lan Sun's Bright Moon phantom body had some kind of magical ability that allowed her figure to change constantly. Emo Shaoqi attacked wildly for a while, but still couldn't break through her defense. When she was exhausted, she would switch from offense to defense, and Lan Sun would take the opportunity to attack. Not far away, there was a man watching nervously, shouting from time to time, "Princess, be careful. Don't get hurt." Xiao Chun. As Princess Lan Sun's escort, this guy was bound to appear wherever Lan Sun was. At this moment, he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. If anyone else dared to fight with Lan Sun, he would have already taught them a lesson. But Emo Shaoqi was not an ordinary person, so even though Xiao Chun had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he could only watch from the sidelines, unable to intervene at all. Just as he was feeling anxious, Xiao Chun felt someone flying towards him. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him with a smile on his face. He looked Yang Kai up and down and snorted coldly, "It's you." He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, back in the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and caused a great disturbance. Of course, Xiao Chun would have a deep impression of such a person. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Xiao, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor realm." Xiao Chun said proudly, "What's there to congratulate? This young master is a genius, so it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Emperor realm." His shameless boasting made Yang Kai's face turn black. But then again, although Xiao Chun was a bit arrogant and domineering, he did have some aptitude. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Xiao Chun said, "I remember that you took an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, so why are you still in the Dao Source realm? TSK. Isn't your aptitude a little too lacking?" You've wasted that divine pill for nothing. Yang Kai smiled indifferently and said, yes, if I had given that extraordinary treasure pill to Brother Xiao back then, perhaps Brother Xiao would have already broken through to the Emperor realm. Of course, Xiao Chun said triumphantly, but soon, he asked suspiciously, why are you looking for me? Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he looked at the battle between the two girls and said, Brother Xiao, why are you standing here and watching? Princess Lan Sun's identity is so noble, yet you let her fight with someone else. If this matter reaches the ears of Bright Moon Master, how could he let you off so easily? If anything happens to you, it will be even worse. Hurry up and separate them. Xiao Qin's face turned bitter, his previous pride and smugness suddenly disappearing as he complained, if I could separate them, I would have done so long ago. Do you know who the woman fighting with the princess is? Who? Yang Kai stared at him innocently. What a country bumpkin. You don't even know who she is. Xiao Chun curled his lips and said, however, this young lady's identity is not something an ordinary person would know. Forget it. This young master will broaden your horizons today. Listen well, that young lady is the daughter of the martial beast great emperor. Martial beast? Yang Kai looked surprised. Xiao Chun snorted and said, are you afraid? Now you know why this young master can only watch but can't step forward to intervene, right? These two are both the princess and the master. If you offend either of them, you won't have any good consequences. Being a man is really difficult. He sighed, a bitter expression on his face. Yang Kai said, but you can't let them fight like this anymore. Right now, the two of them are just exchanging pointers, but once they really get angry, the consequences will be very bad. You also know that little girls have a strong desire to win. If they remain in a stalemate for a long time, it may become a life and death situation. Xiao Qin trembled when he heard this, as if he had already foreseen that terrifying scene. His face turned pale as he said, is there really such a thing? Don't lie to me. Yang Kai said seriously, anything is possible. Right now, separating them is the most important thing. Xiao Qin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, how do we do that? Her Highness the Princess won't even listen to what I say, unless I directly intervene. Then go directly intervene and separate them. Yang Kai said solemnly, Brother Xiao, you are now also a strong person in the Emperor realm. How difficult would it be to separate two fighting little girls? Of course it won't be difficult. Xiao Qin snorted and looked at Yang Kai with deep meaning. He said, but why do I feel like you are trying to frame me? Is it because I'm more handsome than you that you're unhappy about it? How could that be? Yang Kai said righteously, I am just considering the safety of the Princess Master. I am also a cultivator from the Southern Territory. Naturally, I don't want to see the Princess Master suffer any harm. The Princess Master is such a perfect person. Any harm is blasphemy to her. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. His eyes were fiery as he said, you are right. The Princess Master can't be hurt in the slightest. We must separate them quickly. Brother Xiao, hurry up. Yang Kai urged. Xiao Qin grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, since you are so enthusiastic and loyal, then come with me. I will be responsible for stopping Princess Lan Sun, and you will be responsible for stopping the other princess. It's decided. While talking, he dragged Yang Kai and flew forward. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, his speed was as fast as lightning. Yang Kai was stunned and cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to trick Xiao Chun into intervening to solve this meaningless battle, but he didn't expect that this guy, who seemed stupid, was actually shrewd enough to drag him into the fray. But now that things had come to this, Yang Kai didn't have time to care so much. He could only cooperate with Xiao Chun, as he said. When he got close, Xiao Chun threw Yang Kai directly towards the center of the battle between the two women while shouting, two princesses, please stop. Let's talk things out. Don't be so violent. Xiao Chun, your ancestor. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He never thought that Xiao Chun would be so despicable and insidious, actually using him as a hidden weapon. This was obviously done to divert Lan Sun and Imo Xiaoqi's attention, making it much easier for Yang Kai to intervene. In midair, Yang Kai twisted his body and stabilized himself. He didn't dare to act rashly and could only urge his source chi to protect himself. In the next moment, he rushed into the center of the battle between the two women. A few rumbling sounds rang out, mixed with Yang Kai's muffled groans. Both Lan Sun and Imo Shaoqi withdrew their hands in astonishment and retreated a few dozen meters, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. Neither of the two women were indiscriminate murderers, so when they saw someone break into the battle and accidentally injure him, they immediately stopped. Imo Shaoqi looked at the newcomer with some uneasiness, not knowing if his life was in danger, but in the next moment, her beautiful eyes lit up and the beast tattoo on her face disappeared completely. Big Brother Yang. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy and called out tenderly. Yang Kai grinned at her and rushed over while hugging her, putting some distance between him and Lan Sun. C. On the other side. Xiao Chen, who was rushing over after Yang Kai, couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. He was shocked and impressed at the same time. He just wanted Yang Kai to help separate the two princesses, but he didn't expect this little brat to reach out and hug Imo Shaoqi. Did this little brat eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he be so rude to a princess master? Chapter 2484. What kind of status was Martial Beast's daughter? Even many masters from the Emperor realm had to be polite when they saw her. Yet Yang Kai dared to reach out and hug her. If this matter reached Martial Beast's ears, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the world, he would still be cut into pieces. Not to mention Martial Beast, even the princess would not let this matter rest after being molested by a man like this. That brat is dead meat. However, Xiao Chun was soon surprised to find that after being hugged by Yang Kai, the princess did not resist at all. Instead, she reached out and hugged Yang Kai's neck, pressing her tender body tightly against Yang Kai's body. Xiao Chen's eyes turned red as he felt both envy and jealousy. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Strangely, Xiao Chen grinned and showed a gentle smile. While quickly approaching Lan Sun, he stretched out his broad arms to embrace Lan Sun. But just as he approached Lan Sun, before he could make a move, Lan Sun suddenly turned around and threw a pair of pink fists at him. With a bang, even though Xiao Chen had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was still hit in the nose by this punch. However, he did not dare to use any of his strength to resist it, so he saw stars and felt dizzy. "What are you doing?" Lan Sun looked at him coldly and asked with a displeased expression. "Nothing, nothing." Xiao Chen stood in place awkwardly as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his nose. On the other side, after Yang Kai took Imo Shaoqi to a safe distance from Lan Sun, he felt the amazing softness of the 2 lumps on his chest. He could not help but blush a little as he patted Imo Shaoqi's back. He said, all right, let's talk first before others see us make a fool of ourselves." Hearing this, Imo Shaoqi realized that something was wrong and quickly jumped down from Yang Kai, blushing slightly as she said, "Big Brother Yang, it's really you." Yang Kai chuckled and looked her up and down. "I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've grown up a lot." Imo Shaoqi wrinkled her nose. She said, "Rogue." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I said I've grown up. What are you thinking?" Imo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai seriously and nodded. Big Brother Yang has also become a lot stronger. When she left Maplewood City, Yang Kai was in the First Order Dao Source Realm. Now, they met again. Yang Kai was already in the Third Dao Source Realm. Was a cultivator without a sect of his own and backing? Was extremely amazing. Imo Xiao Yang Kai's of the Beast Sect was of the Heaven of the Sect. Of Heaven of Spirit of Heaven was of a sect had a Martial Beast Sect. Spirit Chi Cultivator had? To cultivate martial. Yang Sect Yinyu. Lu Yin and Zhang Ruo, she also flew over. Imo Shaoqi smiled. "When I first entered the Shattered Star Sea, I thought I would meet Big Brother Yang, but I couldn't find you even after 2 years. It wasn't until I met Elder Sister Lu Yin not long ago that I realized you were really here." Lu Yin knew Imo Shaoqi. The 2 women had also met in Maplewood City, but Lu Yin was still an artifact spirit at that time. Although she was very different from her current self, her aura had not changed much. So when they met, Imo Shaoqi quickly recognized her. Then, they came to the Source Sea together. Yang Kai also knew what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at Lan Sun quietly and said, Xiao Qi, why are you fighting with Princess Lan Sun? Emo Xiao Qi glared at them unhappily and snorted. It's an old grudge. Yang Kai's face darkened. How old are you two? What old grudge can there be? Although Emo Xiao Qi and Lan Sun both had powerful cultivations in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, they were really young, in their early 20s at most. Only the descendants of the great emperors could achieve such cultivation at such an age. Why not? When she went to Spirit Beast Island with Master Mingyu as a guest, she snatched a very beautiful dress from me. That's it. Yang Kai's eyes widened. That's my favorite dress. Ani Feng sewed it for me personally. I cried for many days because of it. Emo Xiaoqi cried aggrievedly. Yang Kai looked helpless, thinking that he really couldn't understand this little girl's mind. While they were talking, Lan Sun and Xiao Chun slowly walked over. When they were not far away, Lan Sun looked at Emo Xiaoqi with a smile and asked, Little sister Xiaoqi, do you want to continue? Emo Xiaoqi glared at her and said, If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Who's afraid of you? Lan Sun's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. It seems that little sister is not convinced. Emo Xiaoqi snorted. You speak as if you won. You're really thick-skinned. Lan Sun said, Isn't that so? Elder sister beat you by half a move. Emo Xiaoqi's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. You're older than me. When I'm your age, I will definitely not lose to you. The smile on Lan Sun's face suddenly disappeared as the temperature in the void seemed to drop sharply, chilling them to the bone. Yang Kai and Xiao Qin shuddered at the same time, both realizing that the situation was not good. Although Emo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun were basically the same age, Lan Sun should be 2 or 3 years older. A 2 or 3 year difference was actually not that big of a deal, but the word old from Emo Xiaoqi undoubtedly touched Lan Sun's sensitive nerves. The two women, who had just stopped fighting, glared at each other as sparks seemed to fly in the void. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chun and kept winking at him. Xiao Chun sniffed, wiped the blood under his nostrils, and turned his gaze to the side. Waste! Kai Yang cursed in his heart, but could only brace himself and stand up. Smiling, he said, all right, we've already fought. You two don't need to be so calculative. You two are childhood playmates. This friendship is very precious. Come, let's all shake hands. We're still good friends. Who's good friends with her? The two women gritted their teeth bitterly. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Kai Yang said, Even if you're not good friends, you shouldn't fight. Girls should be reserved. If you use your hands and feet, it's not proper. Emo Xiaoqi pursed her lips, an unhappy expression on her face. Lan Sun's eyes suddenly lit up as she gently opened her red lips and said, Brother Yang is right. Lan Sun was wrong. I shouldn't have been so calculative with little sister. Little sister Xiaoqi, don't be angry. Elder sister will apologize to you. Humph. Emo Xiaoqi directly turned her head to the side, looking like she was unwilling to talk to her. Lan Sun didn't care and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Brother Yang actually knows little sister Xiaoqi. This is really surprising. Little sister Xiaoqi lives in the Eastern Territory, and even I have only met her once when I was a child. How did Brother Yang know her? He didn't know why this girl was inquiring about this, but Yang Kai could feel a sharp glint in her eyes, so he could only laugh and say, It's just a coincidence, nothing special. Emo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, glared at Lan Sun warily and said, You old woman, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to my big brother Yang? Why are you asking so many questions? As soon as this remark came out, Zhang Ruo she couldn't help but cry out, covering her red lips with her little hand. Lan Sun also blushed slightly and frowned, but Lu Yin didn't seem to care. Lan Sun said, Little girl, how dare you say anything without thinking? Emo Xiaoqi made a face at her and said, A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Why are you so nervous? Lan Sun was angry. She was just curious about how Yang Kai knew a person like Emo Xiaoqi, and the two of them seemed to be very close, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by Emo Xiaoqi, so she couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed, she gritted her teeth and said, Yes, elder sister has taken a fancy to your big brother Yang and is going to take him back to master so he can have a good son-in-law as soon as possible. Little sister, do you have any objections? This time, it was Emo Xiaoqi's turn to be dumbfounded. She looked at Lan Sun in amazement, then at Yang Kai, and suddenly stomped her foot and said, "You bad woman, why do you always steal from me? When we were children, you stole my clothes, and now you want to steal my big brother Yang." Saying so, she hugged Yang Kai's arm, ignoring the fact that her plump breasts were being squeezed by Yang Kai's arm, gritted her teeth, and said resolutely, "If you dare steal from me, I'll fight you." Lan Sun suddenly laughed and giggled. "That depends on which one your big brother Yang likes. Does he like an unreasonable little girl like you, or does he like a knowledgeable and understanding woman like elder sister?" While speaking, she used some kind of secret technique and her whole body exuded an extremely eye-catching aura. Xiao Chun swallowed his saliva as he watched from the side, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He wished he could pluck his eyes out and stick them on Lan Sun's body. Emo Xiaoqi's face flushed with anxiety as she hugged Yang Kai's arm tightly, as if she would not let go until the end of time, and said angrily, "What's so great about you? What's so great about you? Ani Feng is 1,000,000 times prettier than you." Senior 9 Phoenix? Lan Sun suddenly looked serious. Emo Xiaoqi raised her head and said proudly, "Yes, how can you compare to Ani Feng?" With a snort, she said to Yang Kai, "Big brother Yang, don't pay attention to this old woman. If you like beautiful women, come to Spirit Beast Island someday, and I will introduce you to Ani Feng." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to respond at all. Lan Sun looked at Emo Xiaoqi in amazement. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard what she said. She knew that this girl lived on Spirit Beast Island all year round and was well protected by the master. She didn't even know about the matters between men and women. She cared so much about Yang Kai, but it was probably just an instinctive reaction to go against her. Why am I competing with her? Lan Sun suddenly felt bored and nodded. Compared to Senior 9 Phoenix, I am naturally not as good. Well, little sister Xiaoqi, you win this time. Emo Xiaoqi was overjoyed when she heard this and said happily, "You are not bad, although you are a little worse than me." Lan Sun shook her head with a wry smile. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.